evening and welcome to Talking Heads by Alan Bennett. This is a 3-day event and we are all very, very proud of the work being done here. Special thanks to Debbie Cassio and South Shore Theater Experience for sponsoring this. If you go to their website, you will be able to donate. Even a little bit will help the theater in these trying times. These events will be on YouTube in about a week, as are all the South Shore Theater Experience events. So if you miss one night, you can always go back and catch it on YouTube again in about a week. Okay, without further ado, Soldiering On, starring Ginger Dalton.
It's a funny time, 3 o'clock. It's too late for lunch, but a bit early for tea. Oh, besides, there were 1 or 2 brave souls who trekked all the way from Wolverhampton. I couldn't risk giving them tea, or we'd have had a mutiny on our hands. And I think people like to be offered something, even if they don't actually eat it. One's first instinct was to make a beeline for the freezer and rout out the inevitable quiche. But I thought, no, Muriel, oh, no, that's the coward's way out. So the upshot was, I was stopped up till 2 in the morning, trundling out a selection of my old standards, a chicken in a lemon sauce, beef and croat from the old Colchester days. I thought of Jessie Marchand, and bushels of assorted salads. As it happened, it wasn't exactly a salady day, quite crisp for April, actually. However, Mabel warmed up the proceedings with one of her famous soups, conjured up out of thin air. So we lived to fight another day. Nobody could quite put their finger on the flavor, so I was able to go around saying, "Have you guessed the soup yet?" And that broke the ice a bit. I don't know what had got into Mabel, but she'd gone mad and added a pinch of curry, and that foxed most people. It was cauliflower, actually. Still, it was a bit sticky at the start, as these occasions generally are. There were people there one didn't know from Adam, all the Massey Ferguson people, for instance, completely unknown quantities to me, and then lots of people I knew I should know and didn't. But whenever I saw anyone looking lost, I thought of Ralph and grabbed hold of someone I did know and breezed up saying, "This is Jocelyn. She's at the Royal College of Art. I don't know your name, but the odds are you're in agricultural machinery," and then left them to it. It was a case of light the blue touch paper and retire. Knowing Ralph, of course, it was a real mixed bag. Several there from the Sports Council and quite a contingent from Tunbridge, some friends of Norwich Cathedral and the Discharged Prisoners' Aid Society. Oh, Madge and Pierce, whom we met on the Mauritania on our honeymoon, Donald and Joyce Bannerman, who were actually en route to Abu Dhabi, but Donald had bought a paper at Heathrow, saw the announcement and came straight down. And one sweet old man who'd come all the way from Margate. He said, "You won't remember me, Mrs. Carpenter, but I'm a member of the criminal fraternity." I shrieked. Well, as the vicar said, Ralph touched life at many points. The children magnificent, of course, or Giles at any rate. Luckily, Margaret didn't appear. But Giles took all the household brigade people on a tour of the garden, while Pippa coped with some of the bigwigs from the city. "I don't think you know George," I heard one of them say. "George cracks the whip at Goodison Brown." Poor souls. They both of them deserved medals. And Crispin and Lucy, angelic. Oh, Crispin was popping in and out of people's legs, reaching up to fill their glasses. I wanted them to have a rest, but Giles said no. Let them do it. They adored their grandpa. Adored him, said Pippa, like we all did. The church had been absolutely chocker. And I managed not to blub until right at the finish when they struck up with I Vow to Thee, My Country. And then I'd 101 things to do. So I was perfectly all right until I saw awful Angela Gillespie. And she'd made the mistake of talking to boring old Frank from the firm. And I heard the dreaded words, forklift trucks. And I thought, how many times I used to have to shut Ralph up in similar circumstances. And the idea of shutting Ralph up at all set me off instantly. And I had to nip into the pantry to staunch the flow, shortly to be followed by Mabel, who'd just fallen over one of his old Wellingtons and promptly gone into floods. So we had a good laugh and a good cry over that before powdering our noses and hurling ourselves back into the fray. When everybody'd gone, I'm just having 5 minutes in the chair. Excuse me. Before tackling the debris, when Margaret comes plunging into the room. She said, what were all those people? I said, it was a kind of party for Daddy. She said, excuse me. She said, why? Is he dead? I said, no, he's dead. She said, who killed him? I said, don't be such a donkey. Come along and we'll find you a tablet. Some of Ralph's medicine is still in the cupboard. That lot of good that did, I thought, and I poured it down the lathe, and then I felt a bit choked. Anyway, the tablet did the trick. I heard her walking about at 2 a.m, but I didn't get up. Except then I had to get up anyway, because it suddenly came to me in all the excitement, I'd completely forgotten to feed the dogs. Everybody I run into says not to take any big decisions. I staggered into the community center bearing Ralph's entire wardrobe, which Angela Gillespie had nipped in smartish and earmarked for muscular dystrophy. 5 minutes later, Brenda Boolsfield had come knocking at the door on behalf of cystic fibrosis. Knives out straight away. I practically had to separate them. In fact, I did separate them in the end. City suits to Angela and Brenda the tweeds. It was all lovely stuff. Beautiful dinner jacket from Hawes and Kurtz. Done for Giles if he didn't get so fat. Mind you, he didn't want the ties either. Well, Angela did. Lovely jumble, she said. How are you coping? Don't take any big decisions, one day at a time. And I don't see any shoes. Actually, I'd been silly and kept his shoes back. I loved his shoes, always used to clean them. My shoe shine, lady. Whatever you do, Angela said, don't give them to Brenda. They're top heavy on staff, their group. It's well known. It all goes on the admin. We can use shoes. And then I thought I'd go into the library and see if Miss Dunsmore could find me something on bereavement. That's something I learned from Ralph. Plug into other people's experience. Pool your resources. A new experience is like traveling through unknown country. But remember, others have taken this road before you, old girl, and left notes. So, question number 1, is there a map? Question number 2, am I taking advantage of all the information available? It doesn't matter if you're going to get married, commit a burglary, or keep a guinea pig. Efficiency is the proper collation of information. Oh, Ralph. Well, anyway, Miss Dunsmore did a reconnoiter round, but the only information she could come up with was a book about burial customs in Papua New Guinea. I think even Ralph would draw the line at that. However, she thought the health center did a pamphlet on bereavement. Miss Dunsmore said she wasn't offering this as consolation, but apparently elephants go into mourning, and so, very strangely, does the pike. So we chatted about that for a bit, told me not to take any big decisions, and if I was throwing away any of his old books, could I steer them her way, as she ran some sort of reading service for the disabled. I dropped into the health center, and the receptionist said there was a pamphlet on death, and they'd had some on the counter, only the tots kept taking them to scribble on, so they hadn't reordered. She said she'd skimmed through it, and the gist of it was not to take any big decisions and to throw yourself into something. I said, "You don't mean the canal?" She said, "Come again? Nobody expects you to make jokes." And as I was going out, she called me back and she said, "Did Ralph wear spectacles? Because if he did, not to throw away the old pairs, as owing to cutbacks, they'd started a recycling spectacles scheme." Back at base, Mabel said Margaret had been plunked on the chair in the passage all morning with her bags packed and her outside coat on, and for some reason, Wellington boots. Well, she said the police were coming. We manhandled her upstairs, and after about 17 goes, I managed to smuggle in a tablet, which did the trick. And she just settled down for a little Z's when who should draw up at the door but Giles. He'd cancelled all his appointments, eluded the guards at the office, and just belted down the A12 because he suddenly thought I might need cheering up. Bless him. He could always get around Mabel ever since he was little. So she agrees to hold down the fort while he whisks me off to lunch at somewhere rather swish. I thought to myself, I hope you're watching, Ralph, you old rascal, and eating your words. Ralph and Giles never got on for more than 5 minutes, whereas it's funny, but he was always dotty about Mags. When eventually we get back, with all the wine and, cheese and pudding, I'm just longing to put my head down. But Giles cracks the whip and gets me to sign lots of papers. Turns out Ralph's left me very nicely off. What with the house and all its various holdings, one way and another, I'm quite a rich lady. He's tied a bit up for Margaret. Nothing specific for Giles, but he doesn't mind because he doesn't need it. And when I go, he'll get it all anyway. But what I do have is what Giles calls a liquidity problem. And the first item on the agenda is to give me some ready cash, hence the papers. And then something about buying a forest. A bit wary to start, I said, "Can I not mull it?" And Giles said, "Well, you can, but the index is going down." I said, "Well, what about Mr. Sherlock?" Giles said, "Oh, you know what lawyers are." Wish old Ralph could have seen me signing away. He never showed me any papers at all, whereas Giles took me through them all and explained it. I suppose it's a different generation. What he did do, which made me feel a tiny bit shifty, was to take away 3 or 4 of the best pictures, the 2 carriage clocks, and a couple of other choice items. Said that when the sharks from the revenue came round to assess the stuff for estate duty, these were just the items that would bump the figures up. I said, "Well, what about the inventory?" Giles said, "Oh, I think we'll just drag our brogues on that one." Apparently everybody does it. Oh, he's just going to keep the stuff under the bed at Sloane Street until the heat's off, and then back they'll come. Well, Margaret is still lying on the bed when I went upstairs. Asleep, she looks quite presentable. Daddy's little girl. Not so little now, those great legs. But as Mabel says, it looks as though we're off on the hospital trail again. If she goes in, I could perhaps go to Siena. Except I've nobody to go with. One keeps forgetting that. Well, it's not an ideal place. No one is saying it is. Even Giles doesn't say that. In fact, it's a perfect example of one of those places they're always famously about to scrap. Started life as a workhouse, probably, during the Napoleonic Wars, and qua building not displeasing. As someone weaned on Nicolaus Pevsner and practically a founding member of the National Trust, I wouldn't alter a single brick. And as an art center, first rate. As a museum of industrial archaeology, couldn't be bettered. Or as a craft center, weaving, pottery, a shop window where craftsmen and craftswomen could make and display their wares. Absolutely ideal, with the very place. But as a mental hospital, oh, no, 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 no. Well, the food, for instance. The food had to cross a courtyard. The kitchen is so far away, for all I know, it has to cross a frontier. One toilet per floor. I just put my head round the door and wished I hadn't. No telephone that I could see, and the beds are so crammed together, if you got out of one, you'd be into another. Dreadful. And of course, I kept thinking of Ridgway's. Cup of tea, the matron's parlor, and that immaculate lawn. It would break old Ralph's heart. But Ridgway costs money, it always did. First of the month, beg to inform, respectfully submit, all very nice, but €600 on the dot. And more, and more. Miss Giles said, Mummy, no can do. That kind of money we do not have. No, well, we do, but it's all tied up. And whereas in normal circumstances, one would have fought tooth and nail to keep her in the private sector, just out of respect for Daddy, nowadays we are in what Giles calls a different ball game. The old thing minds. Oh, goodness, he minds. I wanted him to come with me today, but just the idea of the place upsets him so much he won't even set foot in it. And actually I feel the same, but where is that going to get us? Thought of Ralph, as if I ever think of anybody else. And I thought, come on, Muriel, you're a widow lady. You've got time on your hands. If anybody's in a position to roll their sleeves up, it's you. So today, when I paid Margaret a visit, I got the name of the hospital secretary, Almoner, it used to be called in my day, and bearded him in his den. Oh, he did have a beard, actually, and he looked pretty sorry for himself besides. Turns out he has to precept for absolutely everything, down to the last toilet roll. And if he does have any brainwaves about improvements and can sell them to his own management committee, he's still at the mercy of the regional spending program. I asked him about a table tennis table. He said, my point exactly. A table tennis table would mean going cap in hand to Ipswich, which he's not anxious to do since the vegetable steamer's on its last legs. And then on the rare occasions he does have a bit of latitude, he finds his hands are tied up by Noop. Well, the upshot is I'm writing sheaves of letters to everybody I've ever heard of in an effort to plug the hospital into the coffee morning circuit and get a support group started. What I'm saying is that mental illness is a scourge. It's also a mystery. It can occur in the best regulated families and nobody knows why. I mean, take us. Why have we been singled out? Loving parents, a perfectly normal childhood, Then this. When I went in this afternoon, Margaret was weaving a basket and not making a bad stab at it, really, all things considered. But it's lucky I arrived when I did, because she's just got to the part where she had to integrate the handle with the main body, and she was making a real pig's breakfast of it. So I got cracking and showed her the whys and wherefores, and actually ended up making both handles. Well, that seemed to make her a lot happier. She's never been much good with her hands. Oh, but Giles was a real wizard. Apropos, Giles, there's a bit of a crisis with the funds, apparently. And nothing serious. The chums let him down, didn't read the small print. Says it's nothing to worry about, though we may have to pull our horns in a bit further. So I said, all hands are to the pumps. With all Daddy's contacts in the city, why don't I start up a little catering business? Executive lunches and the like. Good nursery food and lashings of it. Giles not sure. He said, thought these days they wanted something a bit more nouvelle. I laughed and I said, oh, don't you believe it? Men are overgrown schoolboys, always were. I preached salad at Ralph for years, and what good did it do? Giles said, small detail, Mum, what are you going to use for capital? So that put the tin hat on that one. Oh, it's this bloody liquidity thing. It's funny. I never heard Ralph mention it. Oh, it's a job sorting out the one or two things I want to keep, though quite honestly, I'm not sorry to see the back of most of it. I feel it puts me more in the same boat as Ralph. Lay not up for yourself treasures on earth type thing. The lilies of the field syndrome. I said this to the vicar who was looking around. He thought this was a healthy attitude. And how much did I think the walnut side table might fetch? It would go so well in their hall. There's a huge marquee on the lawn. People trooping through the house, and Angela Gillespie never away. She said how horrid it must be to see people poking about among one's prized possessions. I said, yes, but it isn't really. The person I do feel sorry for is Mabel. You know, she's had to polish that table all these years. Still, she was getting on like a house on fire with the auctioneer's men, who were all so careful and polite. I'd have married any one of them on the spot. Angela was beefing on about all the dealers being here, putting up the prices. And I thought, good job. Still, however much it all fetches, it will only be a drop in the ocean. At one point, Angela got the Duttons in a corner and started telling the tale. She said Giles had always been a wrong, and I turned round and I said she didn't know what she was talking about. It had been a genuine mistake. She said, mistake? Hundreds of people losing their life savings, a mistake? I said, so why do you think I'm selling up? She said, it wasn't your fault. Why should you suffer? That's what worries me, Muriel. It's not fair on you. Fair on me or not, didn't stop her from buying the corner cupboard. She's had her eye on it for years. I suppose Giles has been a scamp, but I don't think he's been wicked. Just not very bright, that's all. Still, Sloane Street is in Pippa's name, so that's a blessing. And the school fees were covenanted 4 years ago, so it's not all gloom. I sat under the chestnut tree while the sale was going on and thought how none of this would have happened if Ralph hadn't died. And then I heard him say, buck up, old girl. And I went and gave a hand with the tea. I haven't told Margaret yet. Her 14-year-old psychiatrist thinks this may not be the moment. Sees some signs of improvement. Margaret brought him some tulips last week. picked them from one of the hospital's flower beds. I apologized, and I said I could give them some of our bulbs. He said, no, not at all. It was a sign she was becoming more outgoing. Wanted to know about Ralph and Margaret. I said, in what way? And he said, no particular way, when she was little. And I said, oh, Ralph was fond of her. She was his little girl. He said, yes. Took the dogs up the hill later on. Then next, I suppose, bloody psychiatrist. Crack of dawn this morning, I rousted out my old trusty green cossie and spent a happy half hour breasting the billows. The old cossie's seen better days, and the moth has got into the bust. But as the only people about were one or two brave souls walking the dog, I didn't frighten the troops. I came back hungry as a hunter, so I boiled myself an egg on the ring and had it with a slice of rye vita sitting in the window. The sun just catches it for an hour then. Oh, it's lovely. I tidied the room, did one or two jobs, and then toddled along to the library and had a walk round Boots, by which time it was getting on for lunchtime. It's surprising how time does go when I think of all the things I used to get through in the old days. I wonder how I did it. I've been here about a month now. Got into it via an advert in the Lady. Sledmere, it's called. Holiday flatlets, off-season and quite reasonable. I haven't quite got the town sorted out yet. I feel sure there must be a community here, if only I can put my finger on it. I had a word with a young woman at the town hall. Blue fingernails, but civil enough otherwise. Said, was I interested in Meals on Wheels? I said, rather. I was too. I see Meals on Wheels for the whole of Sudbury. A fund of experience. Brawn not too good, but brains available to be picked at any time. She looked a bit blank, and then she turned and said she meant it. I want to be on the receiving end. I said, not on your life. But message received and understood. The old girl's past it. Hence the swim, I suppose. Still, I soldier on, and it's not quite orphans of the storm time. I look round the shops quite a bit, and if I'm lucky, I run into Angela Gillespie, who's got a mother in a home here, and she comes over from time to time. We have coffee and a natter about the old days, although I can't do that too often. Morning coffee these days seems to cost a king's ransom. And with me, there doesn't have to be coffee. I can talk to anybody. The other morning, I got chatting to one of those young men in orange who bang their tambourines in the precinct. Came up to me rattling his bowl. Shaven head, but otherwise quite sensible. His view is that life is some kind of prep, a trial run. Thinks we're being buffed up for a better role next time. Sensible as anything else, I suppose. I said, well, I just hope it's not in Hunstanton. The big bright spot on the horizon is Margaret. Yes, she's heaps better, lost a ton of weight, got rid of that terrible cardigan, and now is quite a good-looking young woman. She's in a hostel up to prayers, but planning on getting a small flat. Yeah, she came down last week and says next time it could be under her own steam. Takes her driving test in 10 days. Miracle. She took me out to lunch just like a normal girl. Talked about Ralph, etc. Doesn't blame him. Wishes he was still alive. I don't know what I think. I'm sorry for him, I suppose. Well, she paid the bill and left a tip, as if she'd been doing it all her life. Of course, she'll be nicely off now. Ralph tied it all up so tight, even Giles couldn't get his hands on it, the rascal. I don't see him and Pippa much. Not a peep out of them for over a month. Doesn't like to come down, says it upsets him. Don't know why, it doesn't upset me. I miss the tinies. Not so tiny. Lucy will be 12 now, and Max like 15. Married next. I'd seen myself as a model grandmother, taking them to Peter Pan and the Science Museum. Not to be. Another dream bites the dust. Well, my big passion now is the telly box. I never bothered with it before, but these days I watch it all the time. And I'm not the discerning viewer, no fear. Rubbish. Australian series in the afternoons, everything, glued to it all. A fan. I sometimes wonder if I'd killed Ralph. All those death-dealing breakfasts. We haven't had much weather to speak of. I eat less now. A buttered scone goes a long way. Oh, this is my new toy. Saw children with them and never appreciated what they were. So I asked a young man in the precinct for a listen. Revelation. Saved up and bought one. Get the cassettes out of the library. Worth its weight in gold. Marvelous. I wouldn't want you to think this is a tragic story. I'm not a tragic woman. I'm not the type.
Thank you so much, Ginger. Next up, Rosemary Innes in A Cream Cracker Under the Settee.
It's such a silly thing to have done. I never should have tried to dust. Zelima says to me every time she comes, Doris, do not attempt to dust. The dusting is my department. That's what the council pay me for. You're a lady of leisure now. Your dusting days are over. Which would be all right, provided she did dust. But she doesn't dust. No, Zelima does not dust. She half dusts. I know when the place isn't clean. And when she's going, she says, now, Doris, I don't want to hear you've been touching the U-Bank. The U-Bank is out of bounds. I said, well, I can just run round with it now and again. She goes, oh, you can't run anywhere. You're on trial here. I said, what for? She said, well, for being on your own, for not behaving sensibly, for being a woman of 75 who's had a pacemaker and dizzy spells and doesn't have the sense she was born with. I said, yes, Zelima. She says, what you don't understand, Doris, is that I'm the only person that stands between you and Stafford House. I have to report on you. The welfare asked me every time, well, Zelima, how's she coping? Wouldn't she be better off at Stafford House? Oh, I said, they don't put you in Stafford House just running round the Eubank. No, she says. They bend over backwards to keep you in your own home. But, Doris, you've got to meet them halfway. You're 75. You don't have to swill the flag. You don't have to clean the bath. The dirt can wait. It won't kill you. I'm here every week. I was glad when she'd gone dictating. And I sat for a bit looking up at me and Wilfred on the wedding photo, and I thought, well, Zelima, I bet you haven't dusted the top of that. Yeah, I used to be able to reach, only I can't now. So I got the buffet and climbed up. And she hadn't. Thick with dust. Home help. Home hindrance. You're better off doing it yourself. And I was just like dusting it over when, oh hell, the flaming buffet went over. You feel such a fool. I can just hear Zelima. Well, Doris, I did tell you. Only I think I'm all right. Legs a bit numb, but I managed to get back near the chair. I mean, I'm just to sit and come round a bit. Shakes you up a fall. Well, shan't let on I was dusting. Dusting is forbidden. Oh, crack the photo. Oh, we're cracked, Wilfred. Oh. The gate's open again. Now, I thought it had blown shut, only now it's blown open. Bang, bang, bang all morning. It'll bang, bang, bang all afternoon. Dogs coming in, all sorts. You see, Zelima should have closed that, but she didn't. Snake's loose. That's the root cause of it. Been one doing for years. I kept saying to Wilfred, when you going to get around to that gate? It was always the same refrain. Don't worry, Mother, I've got it on my list. He had no system at all, Wilfred. When I get a minute, Doris. Well, he has a minute now, bless him. Oh, feels funny, this leg. Not there. Some leaves coming down now. I could do with trees if they didn't have leaves going up and down the path. Zelima won't touch them. She says, you want leaves swept to contact the Parks Department. I wouldn't care if they were my leaves. They're not my leaves. They're next door's leaves. We don't have any leaves. I know that for a fact. We've only got one little bush, and it's an evergreen, so I'm certain they're not my leaves. Only other folks won't know that. They'll see the bush and see the path, and they'll think, oh, them's her leaves. Oh, well, they're not. I should put a sign on the gate. Not my leaves. Oh. Not my leg either, the way it feels. Gone to sleep. I didn't even want the bush, to be quite honest. Oh, we debated it for long enough. I said, Dad, is it a bush that will make a mess? He said, oh, rest assured, Doris, this type of bush is easy to follow and fetches out the catalog. This labor-saving variety is much appreciated by retired people. And anyway, he said, the garden is my department. Garden? It's the size of a tablecloth. I said, given a choice, Wilfred, I'd have preferred concrete. He said, Doris, concrete has no character. I said, never mind character. Where does hygiene come onto the agenda? With concrete, you can feel easy in your mind. But no, he had to have his little garden, even if it was only a bush. Well, he's got his little garden now. Only I bet it's covered with leaves. Graves, gardens, everything's to follow. I'm going to make a move in a minute, see if I can put the kettle on. Come on, leg, wake up. Fancy. There's a cream cracker under the settee. Now, how long has that been there? I can't think the last time I've had cream crackers. Oh, she's not half done this place, Salima. I'm going to save that cream cracker and show it to her the next time she comes, starts going on about Stafford House. I'll say, don't Stafford House me, lady. This cream cracker was under the settee. And I've only got to send this cream cracker to the Director of Social Services, and you'll be on the carpet. Same as the cream cracker. I might be in Stafford House, Salima, but you'll be in the unemployment exchange. I'm en route to the window, only I'm not making much headway. You know, I'll bang on it and alert somebody. Only I don't know who. I don't know anybody around here now. Folks opposite don't know them. Used to be the Marsdens, Mr. and Mrs. Marsden and Yvonne. Oh, the funny daughter. Oh, there for years. Here before we were. The Marsdens, yeah. Oh, then he died, and she died, and, well, Yvonne went away somewhere. A home, I expect. Smartish lady after them. Worked at Wheatley and Whiteley's. Oh, had a 3/4 length coat. Oh, we used to fetch envelopes round for the blind. Oh, and then she left, and people started to come and go. You lose track. I don't think they married half of them. Oh, you see all sorts. Oh, they come in the garden and behave like animals. I find the evidence in the morning. Oh, come on, Wilfred. You know, I can nip this leg and nothing. Ought to have had a dog. Then it could be barking for someone. Wilfred was always hankering after a dog, and I wasn't keen. Hairs all up and down, having to take it outside every 5 minutes. Wilfred said he was prepared to undertake that responsibility, that the dog would be his province. I said, yes, but whose province would all the little hairs be? Oh, well, I gave in the finish. But, I said, had to be on the small side. I didn't want one of them great lolloping lamppost smelling articles. Oof. And we never got one either. It was the growing mushrooms in the cellar saga all over again. He never got round to it. A kitty had solved that. Getting mad ideas, like the fretwork, making toys and forts and whatnot. Oh, no end to the money he was going to make. And then there was his phantom allotment. Oh, he was going to be bringing home, leeks and spring cabbages and I don't know what. We'll be self-sufficient in the vegetable department, Doris. Never materialized. Well, I was glad. Would have meant muck somehow. Oh, someone's coming. Salvation. Oh, a young lad. Hello? Hello? The cheeky monkey, he's spending a penny. Hey, you, go on. Get out, get off, go away, you little demon. Would you credit it? Inside our gate, broad daylight. Oh, the place'll stink. Oh, well, no, he wouldn't have known what to do anyway, just a kiddie. The policeman comes past now and again if I can catch him. Oh, maybe the door's a better bet. If I can get there, I can open it and wait for someone to come past. Oh, this must be what they give them frame things for. This is where we kept the pram. Couldn't get past for it. Proper prams then. Oh, with springs and hoods, big wheels, more like cars than prams. Not these fold-up jobs, no. You were proud of your pram. Wilfred spotted it in the Evening Standard. I said, let's jump the gun, Wilfred. And he said, at that price, Doris, it's the chance of a lifetime. Comes in under the door like a knife. I can't reach the lock. That's part of the Zalima regime. Lock it and put the latch on. Oh, yes, latch it. Oh, you don't know who'll come by. It might not be a bona fide caller. It never is a bona fide caller. I never get bona fide callers. A couple come by last week. They were not bona fide callers. They had a Bible. I did not go. Only they opened the letterbox and started shouting about Jesus. Good news! They kept shouting, good news. Well, they left the gate open. Never mind good news. They ought to get their priorities right. They could be learning that on their instruction course. Shouting about Jesus and leaving gates open. Well, that's hypocrisy, is that? It is in my book anyway. Love God. Close all gates. Oh, hello, help, oh, stink. It's just a leaflet. Oh, what is it? Oh, mini cabs or roof repair. Oh, grand carpet sale. Carpet sales in chapels now. Else seeks. I wanted him called John. The midwife said he wasn't fit to be called anything, and did we have any newspaper? Wilfred said, oh yes, she saves newspaper. She saves shoeboxes as well. I must have fallen asleep, because when I woke up, she'd gone. I wanted to see to him. Rubbing him in newspaper as if he were dirty. Oh, he wasn't dirty, the little thing. Huh? I don't think Wilfred minded. A kitty? Same as the allotment and the fretwork. Just a craze. He said, we'll be better off, Doris, just the two of us. And it was then that he started talking about getting a dog. If it had lived, I might have had grandchildren now. Wouldn't be in this fix. Daughters are best. They don't migrate. Oh, I'm going to have to migrate or I'll catch my death. Oh, now the other one's gone numb. Come on, legs. Come on, numbie legs. Come on, Dad. You know, I've had this frock for years. Lame woman. Run it up for me. Live down on Tong Road. She made me a little jersey costume I used to wear with my tan court shoes. I think I still have it. Upstairs. Put away. I have umpteen pillowcases. Some got given us when we were first married. Never used. And the blanket I knitted for the cotton. And its little coats and hats. Oh, there's that cream cracker. Well, well, not wrong with it. Making a lot of crumbs. Have to have a surreptitious go-around with the Eubank. Doris, the Eubank is out of bounds. Out of bounds for her too, by the looks of it. Cream cracker under the settee. She wants reporting. I can't report her now. I've destroyed the evidence. Oh, well, I could put another one under. They'd never know. One of them might say it was me. Squatting biscuits under the settee, Doris. Oh, you're not fit to be on your own. You'd be better off in Stafford House. We were always on our own, me and Wilford. We weren't gregarious. We just weren't the gregarious type. Well, you thought he was, but he wasn't. Mix. I don't want to mix. Comes to the finish, and they suddenly think you want to mix. I don't want to be stuck with a lot of old lasses, and they all smell a pea. Half daft, some of them, banging on tambourines. Oh, you go daft there. There's no place else for you to go but daft. Wearing someone else's frock, you know, they even mix up your teeth. I am H-A-P-P-Y. I am not H-A-P-P-Y. I am on H-A-P-P-Y. Or I would be. Zelima says, you don't understand, Doris. You're not up to date. They They have lockers now, flower beds, get their hair done and go on trips to Wharfdale. I said, yes, melon a pea. She said, oh, you're prejudiced, you. I said, I am, where hygiene's concerned. You know, when people were clean, and the streets were clean and always clean, and you could walk down the street and people would smile and pass the time of day. I'd leave the latch on the door and I'd go down to the end for toffee. And when I come back, Dad'd be home. The cloth was on, the plates were out, and we'd have our tea. Oh, and then we'd side the pots. I'd wash up while he read the newspaper. And then we'd eat our toffees while we listened to the wireless. All those years ago when we were first married and I was having the baby. Doris and Wilford. They don't get called Doris now. They don't get called Wilford, no museum names like that. That's what they're all called at Stafford House. Alice and Doris, Gladys and Mabel, antiques. Keep them under lock and key. What's your name, Doris? Oh, right. Pack your case. You belong in Stafford House. Oh, not me. No fear.
Hello? Hello? Are you all right?
Oh, no. Yes, I'm all right.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Your light was off.
I was having a nap.
Sorry. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. You've done it now, Doris. Oh, done it now, Wilford. I wish I was ready for bed, all washed and in a clean nightie, the bottle in, all sweet and crisp and clean, like when I was little on baking night. Sit in front of the fire with my long hair still. In my sweet little Alice blue gown. When I first wandered down into town, I was so inside. And oh, never mind. It's done with now anyway.
Let's wipe that little tear away. Next up is Deborah Rupy in Miss Fozzard Finds Her Feet.
Bit of a bombshell today. I'm just pegging up my stocking when Mr. Sotheby says, I'm afraid, Miss Fozzard, this is going to have to be our last encounter. Well, apparently this latest burglary has put the tin hat on things, and what with Mrs. Sotheby's mother finally going into a home and their TV reception always being so poor, there's not much to keep them in Leeds. So they're making a bolt for it and heading off to Scarborough. Well, added to which Tina, their chow, has a touch of arthritis, so the sands may help. And the upshot is they've gone in for a little semi near Pichon Park. But, Mr. Sotheby says, none of that is of any consequence. What is important, Miss Fozzard, is what are we going to do about your feet? You've been coming to me for so long, I don't like to think of your feet falling into the wrong hands. I said, well, Mr. Sotheby, I shall count myself very lucky if I find someone as accomplished as yourself, and if I may say so, with your sense of humor, because it's very seldom we have a session in which laughter doesn't figure somewhere. He said, well, Miss Fozzard, chiropody is a small world, and I've taken the liberty of making a few phone calls, and I've come up with two possibilities. One is a young lady over in Roundhay who I understand is very reasonable. A woman, I said, in chiropody? Isn't that unusual? No, he said, not nowadays. The barriers are coming down in chiropody as in everything else. It's progress, Miss Fozzard, the march of, and Cindy Bickerton has her own salon. I said, Cindy? Well, that doesn't inspire confidence. She sounds as if she should be painting nails, not cutting them. Well, he said, in that case, the alternative might be more up your street. I don't know him personally, but Mr. Dunderdale has got all the right letters after his name. He's actually retired, but he still likes to take on a few selected clients, just to keep his hands in. However, he does live out at Lawnswood, and unless I'm very much mistaken, you're not motorized? I said, no problem. I can just bob on the 17. It's a bus I like. No, if it's all the same to you and the Equal Opportunities Board, I'll opt for Mr. Dunderdale. He said, I think it's a wise decision. Allow me, and he winked. Allow me, he said, to shake hands with your feet. I've been going to Mr. Sotheby for years. Well, I think it's an investment, particularly if you're like me and you go in for the slim-fitting court shoes, squeeze, squeeze. Oh, Mr. Sotheby reads me the riot act, of course. But as he says, it's a free country, Miss Fozzard. If you want to open the door to a lifetime of hard skin, I can't stop you. What view this Mr. Dunderdale will take remains to be seen. When I get back, Mrs. Beavers has her hat and coat on. Can't wait to get off. Says Bernard has been propped up in a chair staring at the TV all evening. She helps me get him upstairs, and then I sit by the bed and, as per the recovery program, give him a rundown on my day. Mr. Clarkson Hall down at the unit says that when somebody has had a cerebral accident, in lay terms, a stroke, Miss Fozzard, we must take care not to treat them like a child. If your brother is going to recover his faculties, dear lady, the more language one can throw at him, the better. I was just recounting my conversation with Mr. Sotheby and how they're decamping to Scarborough when Bernard suddenly throws his head back and yawns. I rang Mr. Clarkson Hall this morning. He says, that's progress. I do miss work. I'm just getting my things on to go up to Mr. Dunderdale's this evening when Bernard has a little accident and manages to broadcast the entire contents of his bladder all the way down the stairs. Mrs. Beavers is taking her time coming, and it's only when I've got him all cleaned up and sitting on the throne that the doorbell eventually goes. Except even then, it's not her, just a couple from church about Rwanda. I said, never mind Rwanda, can we deal with the matter in hand and get a middle-aged gentleman off the lavatory? So we get him downstairs and maneuver him into his chosen chair 5 inches from the TV screen. After they've gone, I said, You can work the remote. It's about time you remembered how to wipe your own bottom. Not a flicker. Of course, that's where they have you with a stroke. You never know what goes in and what doesn't. When Mrs. Beavers eventually does roll up, she's half an hour late, which means I've missed the 10 past and I have to run all the way up Dinley Road. So by the time I'm ringing Mr. Dunderdale's doorbell, I'm all flustered and very conscious that my feet may be perspiring. He said, well, if that is what is troubling you, Miss Fozzard, I can straightway put paid to the problem, because I always kick off the proceedings by applying a mild astringent. Refined-looking fella, 70-yard, but with a lovely head of hair, one of the double-fronted houses that look over the cricket field. Rests my foot on a large silk handkerchief, which I thought was a civilized touch. Mr. Sotheby just used to use yesterday's Evening Post. He said, well, Miss Fozzard, I take one look at these and I say to myself, here is someone who is on her feet a good deal, am I right? I said, you are. I am in charge of the soft furnishing department at Matthias Robinson's, or was until my brother was taken ill. Anything you want in Cretonne, you know where to come. He said, I might hold you to that, but meanwhile could I compliment you on your choice of shoe? I said, well, as a rule I steer clear of suede because as a shoe it's bit high maintenance, but sometimes I think the effort with the texturizer pays dividends. He said, I can see we share a philosophy. If I may, I'll just begin by clipping your toenails. He said, of course, as soon as you walked in, I picked you out as a professional woman. I said, how? He said, by your discreet choice of accessories. I said, well, I favor a conservative approach to fashion, peppy but classic, if you know what I mean. He said, I do. There's been a verruca here, but it's extinct. Do you know why I chose the profession of chiropody? I said, no. He said, it's so that I could kneel at the feet of thousands of women and my wife would never turn a hair. I said, oh, is there a Mrs. Dunderdale? He said, there was. She passed over. When he'd finished, he rubbed in some mentholated oil, Moroccan apparently, and said I'd just feel a mild tingling effect, which wasn't unpleasant, and said my feet were in tip-top condition. The only possible cloud on the horizon, a pre-fungal condition between two of my toes that he wanted to keep a watchful eye on. Had a lovely cardigan. I said, I hope you excuse me asking, but is that cardigan cashmere? He said, well spotted, Miss Fozzard. This may be the first time you've seen it, but it won't be the last. Could I offer you a glass of sweet sherry? Churchwarden at St. Wilfrid's, apparently, past president of the Inner Wheel, and nicely off by the looks of it, a pillar of the community. When he's at the door, he says, next time, if you're very good, I shall initiate you into the mysteries of the metatarsal arch. I thought about it on the bus, and when I gave Mrs. Beavers her money, I told her that with my wanting to get back to work, she'd no need to come again, as I was going to advertise for someone permanent. Oh, Bernard's got a bit put by, and if this isn't a rainy day, I don't know what is. He was watching TV, so I switched it off and took him through my evening as Mr. Clarkson Hall said I should. But he looked a bit snotty, but I said, Bernard, nobody ever learned to talk again by watching the snooker. I told him about Mr. Dunderdale and the pre-fungal condition between my toes, his cashmere cardigan and whatnot. As Mr. Clarkson Hall says, Miss Fozzard, it doesn't matter what you say, so long as it's language. Language is balls coming at you from every angle. And it's working. I got him into bed and was just closing the door when I heard him say his first word. I think it was cow. When I rang Mr. Clarkson Hall to tell him, he said, "Why cow?" I said, "Probably an advert on TV." Still, he agreed. It's a breakthrough. It was just that bit warmer today, so I thought if I went along in my mustard Dynamac, I could team it with my ancient peep-toe sandals that haven't had an airing since last summer when I had a little run over to Whitby with Joy Poser. Well, Mr. Dunderdale couldn't get over them. Said he'd not seen a pair like them in 15 years, that in the support they gave to the instep, plus the unimpeded circulation of air via the toe, no more sensible shoe had ever been devised. He made me parade up and down the room in them, and would have taken a photograph, only he couldn't put his hands on his Polaroid. Anyway, I'm taking them along so that we can do it next time. He wants me to go fortnightly until my tinea pedis yields to treatment. But he's going to do it for the same fee. And now that I'm back at work and we've got Miss Malloy coming in to see Bernard, there's no problem. She said, "Call me Mallory." I said, "Mallory? What sort of name's that? I wouldn't be able to put a sex to it." She says, "Well, I'm Australian. Strong girl, very capable, and a qualified physiotherapist with a diploma in caring. It's Australian caring, but I suppose it'll be the same as ours, only minus the bugbear of hypothermia." Well, ideally, I would have preferred someone older or someone less young anyway, only we weren't exactly inundated with applicants, which surprised me, because I'd have thought it would have been a nice little sideline for a pensioner, though they'd have to be able-bodied. She chucks Bernard about as if he was 2 ha'porth of copper. No, hails from Hobart, Tasmania originally. Well, I suppose England offers more scope for caring than the bush. She and Bernard seem to hit it off. Says she likes his sense of humor. Well, I said to Joy Poser, "News to me, I didn't know he had one." Mind you, it's bearing fruit, as movement's certainly coming back. He can hop up and down stairs now, more or less under his own steam. And speech, too, because, of course, now with him having company all day, he gets the practice. I was telling the whole saga of the stroke to Mr. Dunderdale as he was tackling a patch of hard skin. He said, "What did Bernard do, Miss Fozzard?" I said, "Not to put too fine a point on it, Mr. Dunderdale, he was a murderer." He said, "Oh, that's unusual." I said, "Well, he was a tobacconist, which comes to the same thing. Sweets and tobacco, a little kiosk in Headingley." He said, "Yes, well, sweets and tobacco, it's a lethal combination." I said, "He smoked, he was overweight, and he certainly liked a drink. Worry is another cause, I know. But as I said to Mr. Clarkson Hall, that is something he never did. But now, of course, he's paying for it. Only what seems unfair is that I'm paying for it too." Mr. Dunderdale looked up and he said, "Yes." And he had my foot in his hand. He said, "Yes, if there had been 13 disciples instead of 12, the other one would have been you, Miss Fozzard. Green silk handkerchief this time. Last time it was red." Well, the words are beginning to come back, though, no doubt about it, and when he can't manage a word, I get him to do what Mr. Clarkson Hall suggested, namely describe what he means and skirt a path around it. Well, Miss Malloy makes him do it as well, and she says one way or another they get along. Bathes him every day, rubs him with baby oil, says that where bed sores are concerned, prevention is better than cure. I still go in on a night and give him all my news. Mr. Dunderdale had been saying that it was a pity evolution had taken the turn that it did, because if it hadn't, we might have found ourselves making as much use of our feet as we do our hands, which in the present economic climate might have been just what's needed to tip the balance. Miss Malloy said, "That's interesting, only Bernard just groans." Personally, I'm surprised she can put up with him, but she says that by Australian standards, he's a gentleman. I hear them laughing. Soft furnishings. We're always a bit slack first things, so I'll generally do a little wander over into floor coverings and have a word with Estelle Metcalf. Well, I wish it was housewares we were next to, as that would make a joy poser, because Estelle's all right, but she's a bit on the young side. Big glasses. Boyfriend's one of those that dress up as cavaliers at the weekend. I said to her this morning, "Shiatsu." She said, "Come again?" I said, "Shiatsu, what is it?" She said, "Is it a tropical fish?" I said, "No." She said, "Is it a mushroom?" I said, "No." She said, "Is it Mr. Dunderdale?" I said, "Why should it be Mr. Dunderdale?" She said, "Because most things are with you these days." I said, "I shall ignore that, Estelle. Suffice it to say, it's a form of massage involving various pressure points on the body that was invented by the Japanese." She said, "That's all very well, but it didn't stop them doing Pearl Harbor, did it?" Neville's besieging York on Sunday, trying out his new breastplate. Estelle's going along as an imploring housewife who comes out under a flag of truce. Just then, a customer comes in wanting some seersucker slipcovers, so we had to cut it short. I don't talk about Mr. Dunderdale, and if I do, she talks about Oliver Cromwell. I go weekly now, though Mr. Dunderdale won't charge me any more. I was sat on the sofa afterwards while he put away his instruments, and he said, "Good news, Miss Fozzard. We seem to have cracked the tinea pedis, not a trace of it left. I think that calls for a sherry refill. Are you in a hurry to get off?" I said, "No. Why?" He said, "Well, we still have a little time in hand, and I wonder if I might prevail upon you to try on a pair of booties." I said, "Booties?" He said, "Well, I'm using the term loosely. They're technically what we would call a fur-lined Gibson bruised look, but booties is a convenient shorthand. The shade is Bengal bronze." I said, "Well, they're a lovely shoe." He said, "Yes, cozy, ankle-hugging. They make a beautiful ending to the leg. They're a present, of course." I said, "Oh, Mr. Dunderdale, I couldn't." He said, "Miss Fozzard, please. My contacts in the world of footwear procure me a considerable discount. Besides, there is a little something you can do for me in return." I said, "Oh?" He said, "My years in bending over ladies' feet have resulted in an intermittently painful condition of the lower back, which, if you are amenable, you have it in your power to alleviate." I said, "I do, Mr. Dunderdale?" He said, "You do, Miss Fozzard. I'm going to put one cushion on the hearthrug here for my head and the other here for my abdomen, and now I'm going to lie down, and what I want you to do is to step on my lower back." I said, "Should I take the booties off?" He said, "No, no, keep the booties on. Their texture makes them ideal for the purpose. That's it. Steady yourself by holding on to the edge of the mantelpiece if you want." Then he said something I couldn't hear because his face was pressed into the carpet. What was that, Mr. Dunderdale? I said. Excellent, Miss Fozzard. You may move about a little if you would care to. I said, I'm anxious not to hurt you, Mr. Dunderdale. He said, have no fears on that score, Miss Fozzard. Trample away. I said, I feel like one of those French peasants treading the grapes. He said, yes, yes, yes. I said, do you feel the benefit? He said, yes, yes, I do. Thank you. If you don't mind, Miss Fozzard, I'll just lie here for a little while. Perhaps you could see yourself out. So I just left him on the hearthrug. When I got back, Bernard is sitting on the sofa with Miss Malloy, both of them looking a bit red in the face. We were just laughing, Miss Malloy says, because Bernard couldn't think of a word. Well, I said, he must learn to skirt around it. Oh, he did that all right, she said. You're an expert at that, aren't you, Bernard? And they both burst out laughing. Mr. Clarkson Hall's very pleased with him, says he's never known a recovery so quick, says he didn't have the privilege of knowing Bernard before, but he imagines he's now quite like his old self. I said, yes, he is. After Miss Malloy had gone, he comes in here while I'm having my hot drink and says he's thinking of opening the kiosk again, and that Mallory is going to help him. I said, does Miss Malloy have any experience of sweets and tobacco? He said, no, but she's a fun-loving girl with a welcoming whatever it's called, and that's half the battle. A note from Mr. Dunderdale this morning saying his back is much better and that he was looking forward to seeing me next week. Estelle suffers in the back department, the legacy of once having to yield a spare pike at the Battle of Naseby. So I was telling her all about me helping Mr. Dunderdale with his, only she wasn't grateful, just giggles and says, ooh, still waters. Floor coverings. They ought to have somebody more mature. She really belongs in cosmetics. I don't know what's got into people at work. I come in this morning and the commissionaire with the mustache, who's on the staff door, says, have a good day, my duck. I said, you may only have one arm, Mr. Capstick, but that doesn't entitle you to pat me on the bottom. Next thing, I'm invoicing some loose covers in dispatch when one of the work experience youths, who can't be more than 16, gives me a silly wink. I said to Estelle, my Viola two-piece doesn't normally have this effect. She said, well, they're just wanting to be friendly. I said, friendly? Estelle, I may not be a feminist, though I did spearhead the provision of potpourri in the ladies' toilets. But people are not going to pat my bottom with impunity. Estelle says, no, the boot's on the other foot, and starts giggling. I said to Joy Poser, however she manages to interest anyone in serious vinyl flooring, I do not understand. House dark when I got in. I imagine they're in the sitting room, the pair of them, only I call out and there's no sound. So I get my tea and read the Evening Post. Nice to have the place to myself for a change. Then I go into the sitting room and there's Bernard sitting there in the dark. I put the light on and he's got the atlas open. I said, what are you doing in the dark? He said, looking up the Maldive Islands. Why? I said, you're not going on holiday? He said, no, I'm not. How can I go on bloody holiday? What with? And he shoves the bank statement at me. Well, I've a feeling he's been crying, and I'm not sure where to put myself, so I go put the kettle on while I look at his statement. There's practically nothing in it. Money taken out nearly every day. I said, what's this? He said, it's that tart from Hobart. I said, Miss Malloy, but she's a qualified physiotherapist. He said, yes, and she's something else. She's a what do you call it, female dog. I said, did you sign these checks? He said, of course I signed them. I said, what were you doing, practicing writing? He said, no. I said, where is she? He said, the Maldive Islands, where I was going to be. I said, well, we must contact the police. It's fraud, is this? He said, no, it isn't. I said, what did you think these checks were for? He said, I knew what they were for services rendered. And I don't mean lifting me on and off of the what's-it's-called. It's stuff she did for me. I said, what stuff? He said, you know. I said, remember what Mr. Clarkson Hall says, Bernard, trace a path around the word. He said, I don't have to trace a path around the bloody word. I know the word. It's you that doesn't. You don't know bloody nothing. I said, well, one thing is plain. Despite your cerebral accident, your capacity for foul language remains unimpaired. He said, you're right. It bloody does. I made him some tea. I said, she's made a fool of you. Bernard said, you can speak. I said, you mean talk. I know I can speak. The expression is, you can talk. Anyway, why? He said, monkeying about with your foot fella. I said, Mr. Dunderdale, what's he got to do with it? He said, little games and whatnot. He's obviously I said, a what? He said, a thing. I said, skirt a path round the word, Bernard. A what? He said, skirt it yourself, you stupid. 4 legs, 2 horns, where you get milk. I said, cow. You normally remember that. I was telling Joy Poser about it, and she said, well, why did you tell him about the chiropodist? I said, Mr. Clarkson Hall said that I should talk to him. It's part of the therapy. She said, it's not part of the therapy for Estelle Metcalf, is it? You told her she's not had a stroke. Apparently, she spread it all over the store. Anyway, I came upstairs, left him crying over the atlas. When suddenly I hear a crash, I said, Bernard! 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 Estelle ventured into soft furnishings yesterday. First time for a week. Testing the water, I suppose. Said Neville was taking part in a battle of Marston Moor on Sunday. She's going along as a camp follower, but they're short of 1 or 2 dishevelled Roundhead matrons, and was I interested? I said, it's kind of you to offer, Estelle, but I think from now I'd be well advised to keep a low profile. People don't like to think you have a proper life. That's what I've decided. Or any more of a life than they know about. Then, when they find out, they think it's shocking, else funny. I never thought I had a life. It was always Bernard who had the life. He's worse this time than the last. Well, the eyes used to follow you then, not now. Log, same rigmarole though. Talk to him, treat him like a person, not that he ever treated me like a person. Meanwhile, Madame is laid out on the beach in the Maldives. He was on the rug when I found him. 2 inches the other way, and he'd have hit his head on the fender. Lucky escape. I'd written to Mr. Dunderdale, cancelling any further appointments, but I didn't say why, just that with Bernard being poorly again, it wasn't practical anyway, which it wasn't. So it was back to normal, sitting with Bernard, doing a few little jobs. I'd forgotten how long an evening could be. Anyway, I was coming away from work one night, and a big brownie-coloured car draws up beside me. The window comes down, and blow me if it isn't Mr. Dunderdale. He said, "Good evening, Miss Fozzard. Could I tempt you up to Lawnswood? I'd like a little chat." I said, "Could we not talk here?" He said, "Not in the way I'd like. I'm on a double yellow line." So I get in, and he runs me up there, and whatever else you can say about him, he's a very accomplished driver. Anyway, he sits me down in his study and gives me a glass of sherry and says, why did I not want to come and see him anymore? Well, I didn't know what to say. I said, "It isn't as if I don't look forward to my appointments." He said, "Well, dear lady, I look forward to them too." I said, "But now that I have to get help in for Bernard again, I can't afford to pay you." He said, "Well, may I make a suggestion? Why don't we reverse the arrangement?" I said, "Come again?" He said, "Do it vice versa. I pay you." I said, "Well, it's very unusual." He said, "You're a very unusual woman." I said, "I am? Why?" He said, "Because you're a free spirit, Miss Fozzard. You make your own rules." I said, "Well, I like to think so." He said, "I'm the same. We're two of a kind, you and I, Miss Fozzard, mavericks. Have you ever had any champagne?" I said, "No, but I've seen it at the conclusion of motor races." He said, "Allow me to the future." It's all very decorous. Quite often he'll make us a hot drink and we'll just sit and turn over the pages of one of his many books on the subject, or converse on matters related. I remarked the other day how I'd read that Imelda Marcos had a lot of shoes. He said she did, and she suffered for it at the bar of world opinion, in my view, Miss Fozzard, unjustly. Little envelope in the hall as I go out, never mentioned. And if there's been anything beyond the call of duty, there'll be that little bit extra. Well, buys me no end of shoes, footwear generally. I keep thinking, where's it all going to end? But we'll walk that plank when we come to it. I've never had the knack of making things happen. I thought things happened or they didn't, which is to say, they didn't. Only now they have. Sort of. Bernard gets an attendance allowance now, and what with that and the envelopes from Mr. Dunderdale, I can stay on at work and still have someone in to look after him. Man this time, Mr. Albright, pensioner, so he's glad of a job. Classy little fella, keen on railways and reckons to be instigating Bernard into the mysteries of chess. Though Mr. Albright has to play both sides, of course. At one point I said to Mr. Dunderdale, people might think this rather peculiar, particularly in Lawnswood. He said, well, people would be wrong. We are just enthusiasts, Miss Fozzard. You and there's not enough enthusiasm in the world these days. Now, if those Wellingtons are comfy, I just want you, in your own time and as slowly as you like, very gently to mark time on my bottom. Occasionally, he'll have some music on. I said once, I suppose that makes this the same as aerobics. He said, if you like. It's droll, but the only casualty in all this is my feet, because nowadays the actual chiropody gets pushed to one side a bit. If I want a moat, I really have to nail him down. Oh, we're still Mr. Dunderdale and Miss Fozzard, and I've not said anything to anybody at work. I learned my lesson there. Anyway, people keep saying how well I look. I suppose there's a word for what I'm doing, but I skirt around it.
Thank you, Debbie. Everybody come back and take a bow. Yay. Bravo, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Miss
guys.
Lesley Wade, for saying great job. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Hurrah, wonderful job, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Okay,
Thank you, Jeff.
I'm still,
Oh, Amy, thank you. Rosemary, oh, how lovely.
Oh,
Look at all those people that watched you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
That's lovely.
Thank you all so much.
Loretta, Klein, thank you.
We are here again tomorrow with 3 different pieces. Lesley Wade, Nicole Intravia Brown, and I'm missing the first one. Who's the first one? Tara Palen.
Tara.
Tomorrow at 7. Sunday, it's Linda May and Carota. So hope to see you all again. Thank you so much, ladies, for all your hard work. And Debbie, thank you for sponsoring this.
Anytime. It was a pleasure to watch.
Thanks, Deb.
You guys
Good
are all
night,
great.
Bye, girls.
bye guys.
Ladies.
Bye, all.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good evening, and welcome to day 2 of Talking Heads by Alan Bennett. We wish to thank South Shore Theater Experience and Debbie Cassio for allowing us to play, giving us a place and a Zoom location to play. You can donate to the theater, which in these days, every little bit helps. Go on their website or their Facebook page, and you can do that. If you missed last night's event and want to view it, you can do that on their website also, on their Facebook page. It will take you to YouTube and all past performances of South Shore Theater Experience. I think that's about it. We have had a wonderful time working on these. The ladies are absolutely fabulous. There are 3 pieces this evening, and we will start right now with the first one, which is called The Outside Dog, starring Tara Palen. Thank you.
I'd be the same if it were a cat, because they make as much mess as dogs. Only cats you can be allergic to, so people make allowances. And flowers, of course, some people. Only we don't have flowers. Well, we do, but they're all washable. I just think it spies on me with its tongue lolling out. He took the van over to Rawdon last night. Said it was Rawdon anyway. Doing something or other. Fly tipping, probably. Took Tina, which was a relief from all the wolfing. Plus, to give me a chance to swill. I had Mrs. Catchpole this afternoon over opposite. She was banging on the door saying she's going down to council because it wanted putting down. I said, I agree. She said, I'm getting a petition up. I said, when you do, hand it over, send it across, and I'll be the first signatory. I hate the flaming dog. Of course, she doesn't do it with him. But makes a muff when he's around. He comes in after midnight, puts his clothes in the washer. I said to him last week, why can't you do your washing at a civilized hour? He said, you're lucky I'll do it at all. Still, at least the washer's in the shed. I shouted down, that dog's not inside, is she? He said, no, go to sleep. Which I was doing, only when he comes up, he has nothing on. He leaves over to my side and starts carrying on. Found a dog hair or two on the carpet this morning, so that meant another shampooing job. I only did it just last week. This shampoo's got air freshener in it, though, plus a disinfectant, apparently. Non-stop down at the yard since they started killing off the cows. So when he comes in this dinner time, he wants to eat straight off. Swills his boots under the outside tap, and he's coming in like that. I said, Stuart, you know the rules. Take them off. He says, no time. So I said, well, if there's no time at all, you'll have to eat out on the steps. Sits there eating, feeding Tina. She licks his boots, literally. I suppose it's with him coming straight from the slaughterhouse. Seems to have lost another anorak. This one was fur-lined. Comes up this afternoon, all dolled up. His mother said, you've got this place nice. How do you manage with our Stuart? I said, I've got him trained. She said, he's not trained when he comes to our house. I said, perhaps he doesn't get the encouragement. She says, I don't like it when it's too tidy. It's not natural. Not natural. At their house. They've no culture at all. First time I went down there, they were having dinner, and there was a pan stuck to the table. When it comes to evolution, they're scarcely above pigsty level. And she must be over 60. She still dyes her hair, fag in her mouth, big earrings. She says, you don't mind if I smoke, or do you want me to sit out on the step? I gave her a saucer, but it didn't do much good. Ash all over the stoop. She does it on purpose. It had gone after 5, and she said, where is he? I said, where he usually is this time of day, slitting the throat of some poor defenseless creature. They're on overtime. And she went before it got dark. Said she's nervous with this fella on the loose. Made a fuss over Tina. Remember her when she was a puppy running around the house. I remember it all. Doing its business all up and down. The place stank. It was me that trained Stuart. Me that trained that dog. Except for the din. You can't train that. Leaves off, of course, when he appears. He doesn't believe she does it. I said to him, is it safe for me to go to the library? He said, why? I said, well, there's a last dead in Wakefield now. He said, you don't cross any wasteland, take Tina. Anyway, I don't go. And when he's changed out of his muck and swirled everything off, he put on his navy shirt, a little chain around the neck, the tan slacks that we bought him in Marbella. I brought him a beer in a glass.
She's way upstate.
Him sat there on one side of the fire and me on the other, watching TV with the sound turned down. I said, now this is a nice civilized evening. Except, of course, Madam gets wind of the fact that we're having a nice time. So she starts whimpering and whatnot and jumping up and down outside the window and carries on until he has to take her out. Gone 2 hours. So I was in bed when he gets back. Comes upstairs without his trousers on. I said, what have you done with your slacks? He said, oh, the dog jumped up and got mud on. Anyway, quite handy, isn't it? I said, why? He says, why do you think? Move up. Lots of shouting and whatnot. I thought in the middle of it, it's a blessing we're a detached house. Sorry about that, he says. Got carried away. Loudspeaker van came around this afternoon. They were saying police were going to be coming around house to house. I was just getting some stuff ready to take to the dry cleaners when it was still light. But I couldn't find his trousers. She says, have you any suspicions of anyone in your family? I says, what family? There's only me and him. He said, "We can't talk with this dog carrying on. Can't we come inside?" I said, "You told people not to open the doors." She said, "But we're the police." So I said, "Well, take your shoes off." She's in uniform. He's got a raincoat on. She said, "We've had complaints about that dog. It's in your printout." I said, "Oh, so it's the dog, is it? I thought you were here looking for the killer." She says, "Your hubby says it never barks." I said, "When did you talk to him?" She said, "At his place of business. These are the dates of the murders. Can you remember where your husband was on any of these dates?" I said, "He was at home." "He's always at home." She said, "Our information is that sometimes he goes out." I said, "Yes, with the dog. Are you familiar with dogs? Because sometimes they like to have a Jimmy Riddle." She said, "What about his fly tipping? His van's been seen." I said, "The van's not my province. No, I've had to share the back seat with a beast's head before now." Meanwhile, the one in the raincoat is looking about, sizing the place up. Suddenly he stands up. "Can I use the toilet?" And I said, "Now? Well, you'll have to wait till I put a paper down." I took him upstairs and waited outside, and he says, "I can't go with you standing there." So I'll go downstairs again. She says, "Oh, he's got a funny bladder." One last question. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary about your husband, father, son, boyfriend, in your case that would be husband, over the last 6 months? Like what? Like blood on his clothes. I said, "There's always blood. He's a slaughter man. Only you won't find any in here and you won't find any outside. He swills it off. Your friend's taking his time." She said, "Oh, men have problems with their water. I have an idea he has an appliance." When eventually he comes back down, he says, "You keep the place tidy." I said, "I used to be a teacher." "What did you teach?" I said, "Children." "Oh, do you have any?" "Does it look like I do?" As they go and Mother Catchpole opposite the road shouts, "I've got something to tell you." So the girl goes over and has a word and comes back. "Nothing," she says, "just the flaming dog." "Nobody listens to me," Mrs. Catchpole shouts. "I've had a depression with that dog." Shut the door. When I go upstairs to wipe around the toilet, I saw 1 or 2 ornaments moved about. Nothing else I could see. When his lordship comes in, I said, "You never told me they'd been to your work." He said it was routine. I've tipped on one of the sites where they found one of them. I said, "Did you find that ticket?" He says, "What ticket?" "For the dry cleaners, the tan slacks." He says, "Oh, yes, they're at work." I said, "You're not wearing them for work. They're good slacks of them." He says, "They're shit-colored. What do I want with shit-colored trousers?" He was in the yard swelling off his boots when he was saying this. He started being much more careful about that. I know it's got into him. Lad opposite just delivered 4 pizzas to number 17. She's a widow, living at home, with a son in New Zealand and a heart condition. What's she wanting with 4 pizzas? Bet she's never had a pizza in her life. He must think I'm stupid. The doctor said, "Why can't you sleep?" I said, "The police are bugging at my house." She said, "Yes, well, there's a lot of that about." Asian, too. They're normally a lot more civil. We were in the van the other night, and he said, "Do you think it's me?" I said, "No." He said, "My mam does. 'Twas her that went to the police." "What did they say?" "Told anyone. Mom's queuing up, apparently." I said, well, she might cut a bit more ice if she didn't wear that leopard skin coat thingy. Legacy from when she was at it herself. At what? Soliciting. He said, who told you that? I said, you did. You said she was hard up. He said it was years ago when I was still at school. Went out with Tina later on. Comes in all worked up again. Sets to. Thought he was going to go through the bed and saying stuff out loud. I thought of them across the road listening. So I put my hand over his mouth. She seemed to like. I waited to see if there was anything in the papers, but there wasn't. It's been about a week now. You can get things out of proportion, I think. I did find where they put their little listening device. Little hole in the skirting. Did it when he was reckoning going to the lavatory. Must have been quick, too, because he'd managed to colour it white, so it didn't show, only some fluff got stuck to the paint, so that's how I spotted it. They found another one, it seems. This time on a skiff. It's been there about a week. One of them leaps over the wall, quite unnecessarily in my opinion, because the gate's wide open. They get it off the TV. 5 police cars. Battering on the door, and when he opens it, they bowl him over, put handcuffs on him, and they take him off with a jacket over his head. Of course, the dog goes mad, and they've got a dog of their own, which doesn't help. I said, you're not fetching that thing in here. He says, we've got a warrant. I said, his dog's not been in here, so I don't see why your dog should. He said, this is an instrument of law enforcement. I said, yes. And it's an instrument of urinating against lampposts and leaving parcels on pavement. I don't want it sniffing around my stuff. He says, you've got no choice, love. He shoves me out of the way. One of them's upstairs going through my airing cupboard. What you looking for? Maybe I can help. He said, if you must know, we're looking for the murder weapon. I said, oh, I can show you that. This is the murder weapon. This is always the murder weapon. You want to drag the canal for that? He says, you sound sicker than he does. I don't think you realize the seriousness of your situation. If we find you knew what's been going on here, you'll be in the dock yourself. I said, don't put those sheets back in. I shall have to have them all washed now that you've been handling them. He said, we shall want all his clothes and other selected items, and he produces a roll of bin bags. Is everything here? He hasn't got anything at the dry cleaners? I said, no. How do I know I'll get all this stuff back? He says, that's the least of your worries. When eventually they get their handler reckons to take charge of Tina, except that he can't get her to go in the car with them. And when they do get her in the car, they all pile out sharpers because she's straightway done her business in the car. I laughed. Suddenly quiet when they'd gone. Just Mother Catchpole at her gate shouting, the doctors think I'm clinically depressed. That dog wants putting down. Police said not to touch anything, but well, I wasn't having the place left upset like that, so I set to and I cleaned down and I repaired the ravages a bit. 1 or 2 folks outside the house looking in. The phone rings now and again, but I don't answer. It was dark by the time I'd finished, but I didn't turn the lights on. Just sat there. They must have charged him around 6 because suddenly there's cars drawn up and the phone is going like mad and reporters banging on the door and shouting through the letterbox and whatnot. I sit there in the dark and I don't take on. Another parcel of excrement came through the letterbox this morning. This one postmarked Shelby. Pleasant place. Little run there once in the van. Saw the cathedral, abbey, whatever it is. Shop with booklets and tea towels, you know, the way they do. We had a cup of coffee at a cafe down the street. The postman wanged it through so hard that it splat on the doormat. It's deliberate. I've got some plastic down now from the previous times, but still I'd like to set to again. Spent a fortune on detail. The trial's in Manchester for some reason, a little out of the area. They can't call me unless I choose, which I don't. A woman spat on me at Sainsbury's, so I shop at the Asian markets now. Everywhere else they stare. I have to go 30 miles to get a perm. Go by minicab. Asians again. Never liked them much before, but they don't ask questions. It's a godsend. They still shout over the gate now and again. One of them there this morning. Most of them have gone, only they leave a couple of the young ones around just in case I want to go shopping. Jury's been out 2 days now, and they think it might be a week. Anyway, I thought while the heat was off, I might be able to sneak out into the yard and give the kennel a good going over. The forensics, took away her blanket, so that's a blessing. I said to the fella, don't bother to fetch it back. I'd have bothered it long before if you'd let me. I peeped out of the gate to see if it's safe to swill out there, and they just a couple of the young reporters sitting on Mrs. C's doorstep having a cup of tea. Oh, I don't know what she's going to do when this is all over. She's having the time of her life. Anyway, I chucked a bottle of water, a whole bucket under the kennel, and then another, only it didn't seem to be coming up the other side. I thought it was muck that had built up or something, so I went in, I got a wire coat hanger, and I started scraping it out underneath, and there's something there. It was his tan slacks, all mucky and plastered up with something. I sneaked in and I got a bin bag and I fetched them inside. Thinking back, the police had been around with the dog, but I suppose it couldn't smell anything except Tina. I sit there staring at this bag and wondering whether there's anybody I should ring up. Suddenly there's a banging at the door and a voice through the letterbox. Marjorie! Marjorie! I didn't listen, so I ran back in with the bag and I put it in the cupboard under the stairs. There's more clattering at the door. Marjorie! Marjorie! They've come back! The jury! He's been acquitted! He's got off. Can we have a picture? Reporter comes ringing the doorbell this afternoon. I think they must take it in turns. The trial had come down to the dog, apparently. The blood one was belonging to the dog. So it didn't mean that, if he was out, he let her off the leash. He let her roam all about. The judge liked dogs, apparently. He has a dog of his own. I didn't know it would make much of a difference. He was lying, of course, Well, Tina, she hadn't been seen to. So when he takes her out, he never lets her off the lead. Never. There was a picture of him and the dog on the front page this morning. Face, Ears up, paws on his shoulder, loving every minute of it. He spent the night in a hotel. 5 stars. Paid for by the newspaper. Article, these nightmare months. I stood by him, apparently. Says the longed-for reunion with his wife, Marjorie, is scheduled for sometime this afternoon. Police are furious. The inspector in charge of the investigation says, put it this way, we are not looking for anybody else. Sat waiting all afternoon. Photographers standing on the wall opposite and on chairs and kitchen stools, 2 of them on top of a car, 1 up in a tree. Police keeping the crowds back. It's getting dark when a big car draws up. Pandemonium. Policeman bangs on the door and Stuart's there on the doorstep. And all the cameras going and them shouting, Stuart, Marjorie, over here, please. They want pictures of us with the dog. Only the fella from the newspaper says, no, they're going to be exclusive, apparently. I said, well, I've washed her kennel. He says, she's not staying in there anymore. I said, you're not fetching her inside. He said, I bloody am. I said, well, she'll have to stay on her paper. Later on, when we're going to bed, I wanted to shut her downstairs in the kitchen, but he wouldn't have that either. Kept kissing her and whatnot. Says she has to come upstairs. When we're in bed, he starts on straight away. Keeps asking Tina if she's taking it all in. Afterward, he said, are you surprised I'm not guilty? I said, I'm surprised you got off. He said, don't you think I'm not guilty? I said, I don't know now, do I? He says, you bloody do. You'd better bloody know. You're as bad as my mum. I said, I'm not your mum. He said, no, you're bloody not. And he laughs. I must have fallen asleep because when I wake up, he's sleeping and the dog's off its paper. Sat on his side of the bed watching him. I get up and I go downstairs. I get the bin bag from under the stairs. Only I don't put the lights on. Then I get the poker. I go out into the yard and I push the slacks back under the kennel. It's a bit moonlight. When I look over the gate, they're all gone. Just a broken chair on the pavement opposite. I get back into bed and in a bit he wakes up and he has another go.
Thank you, Tara. Next up is Lesley Wade in A Bed Among the Lentils.
Jeffrey's bad enough, but I'm glad I wasn't married to Jesus. The lesson this morning was the business in the Garden of Gethsemane. When Jesus prays and the disciples keep falling asleep, he wakes them up and says, could you not watch with me for 1 hour? It's my mother. I overslept this morning, flung on a cardigan, got there just as everybody was standing up. It was Holy Communion, so the militants were out in force. The sub-zero temperatures and the side chapel obviously adding to the attraction. Jeffrey kicks off by apologising for his failure to defrost the church. Subdued merriment. Mr. Meldicott has shingles, Geoffrey explains, and, as is well known, has consistently refused to initiate us lesser mortals into the mysteries of the boiler. Helpless laughter. Mrs. Belcher read the lesson. Mr. Belcher brought round the plate. Big day for you, I said to them afterwards. The sermon was about sex. I didn't actually nod off, though I have heard it before. Marriage gives the okay to sex as the general gist of it. But why it is far from being the be-all and end-all, you can say that again, sex is nevertheless the supreme joy of the married state and a symbol of the relationship between us and God. So, Geoffrey concludes, when we put our money in the plate, it is a symbol of everything in our lives that we are offering to God, and that includes our sex. I could only find 10p. Amazing scenes at the church door. Geoffrey had announced that after Easter the bishop would be paying us a visit. So the fan club are running around in small circles, Mrs. Frobisher even going so far as to squeeze my elbow. Meanwhile, Geoffrey stands there, the wind billowing out his surplice and ruffling his hair. What who's who in the diocese calls his schoolboy good looks. I helped put away the books while he did his underneath this Cossack, I am but a man like everybody else act. Such a live wire, said Mrs. Belcher, really putting the parish on the map. That's right, says Mrs. Shrubso, looking at me. We must cherish him. I came back and I cherished him with some chicken wings and a tuna fish sauce. He said, that went down well. I said, the chicken wings. He said, no, my sermon. I felt it hit the nail on the head. Put his hand over mine, hoping, I suppose, that having hit one nail on the head, he might hit another. I said, I had to go round with the parish magazine. Good girl, he said. I can attack my paperwork instead. Road's busy. Sunday afternoon, families having a run out, wheeling the pram, walking the dog, living. Almighty God, unto whom all hearts are open, and from whom no secrets are hid, cleanse the thoughts of our hearts by the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, that we may perfectly love thee and worthy and magnify thy glorious name, and not spend our Sunday afternoons parked in a lay-by on the ring road, wondering what happened to our life. When I got back, Geoffrey was just off to evening song. Was I going to come? When I said no, he said, really? Well then, I better pretend you have a headache. Why? One of the unsolved mysteries of life, or the unsolved mysteries of my life, is why the vicar's wife is expected to go to church at all. I mean, a barrister's wife doesn't have to go to court. An actor's wife isn't at every performance. So have I always got to be on parade? Not to mention the larger question of whether one believes in God in the first place. It's assumed that being the vicar's wife one does, but well, the question has never actually come up. Well, not with Geoffrey anyway. I can understand why, of course. To look at me, you know, the hair, the flat chest, the one smile. You'd think I was just cut out for God. Maybe I am. I'd just like to have been asked, that's all. Not that it matters, of course, as long as you can run a tight jumble sale, you can believe in what you like. It could be that Geoffrey doesn't believe in God either. Yet I've always longed to ask him, Only God never seems to crop up. Geoffrey, I'd say, yes. Susan, do you really believe in God? I mean, cards on the table. You don't honestly, do you? I mean, God's just a job like any other. Got to bring home the bacon somehow. But now, not a word. The subject is never discussed. After he'd gone out, I discovered that we were out of sherry. So I've just been round to the off-licence. The woman served me. Didn't smile. Can't think why. I spend enough. We were discussing the ordination of women. The bishop asked me what I thought. Should women take the services? So long as it doesn't have to be me, I wanted to say they can be taken by a trained gorilla. Oh, yes, Geoffrey chips in. Susan's all in favour. She's keener than I am, aren't you, darling? More sprouts, anyone? I said. On the young side for a bishop. But he's been a prominent sportsman at university, so that would explain it. Boxing or rugby. Broken nose at some point, anyway. One of the Christianity is Common Sense brigade. Hobbies bricklaying, apparently. Refers to me throughout as Mrs. Vicar. Wants beer with his lunch. Geoffrey says he'll join him. So that leaves me with the wine. Geoffrey's all over him because the rumour is he's shopping around for a new archdeacon. Asks Jeff how outgoing I am. Actually says that. How outgoing is Mrs. Vicar? And Mr. Vicar jumps in with a quick rundown of my accomplishments and an outline of my punishing schedule. On a typical day, apparently, I kick off by changing the wheel on the Fiesta, then hasten to the bedside of a dying parishioner, after which, having done the altar flowers and dispensed warmth and appreciation to sundry parishioners en route, I top off a thrill-packed morning by taking around Meals on Wheels. Somehow, and this to me is the miracle, says Geoffrey, somehow managing to rustle up a delicious lunch in the interim. The miracle somewhat belied by the flabby lasagna we are currently embarked on. The ladies, says the bishop. Where would we be without them? Disaster strikes as I'm doling out the tinned peaches. Well, the jug into which I've decanted the coronation milk gets knocked over. Possibly by me. Geoffrey, for whom turning the other cheek is part of the job, claims it caught his elbow. And his lordship takes the same line, insisting he gets doused in carnation milk practically every day of his life. Still, when I get a dishcloth out and sponge off his gaiters, I catch him giving me a funny look. It's Mary Magdalene and the Nivea cream all over again. After lunch, Geoffrey's supposed to be taking him on a tour of the parish. But while we're having a cup of instant, he claps his hand to his temple because he suddenly realised he's supposed to be in Keighley blessing a steam engine. We're stacking the dishwasher and I asked Geoffrey how he thinks it's gone. Doesn't know. Fingers crossed, I say. I think there are more constructive things we could do than that, he says crisply. Goes off to mend his inner tube. I sit by the Aga for a while. And as I doze off, it comes to me that by constructive things, he probably means prayer. When I wake up, there's a note from Geoffrey. On to the ladies' bright hour, go to bed. I'm not sleepy. Anyway, we're low on sherry, so I drive into Leeds. Around the corner now as I owe them a bit on the side, and she's always so surly. There's a little Indian shop behind the infirmary I found. That's basically. It sells drink and anything really the way they do. Open last thing at night, Sundays included, my ideal. Ramish, he's called. Or Mr. Ramish, I call him. Though Ramish may be his Christian name, only not Christian, of course. I've been there once or twice now. Only this time he sits me in the back of the place on a sack of something and talks. A little statuette of God on the wall. Any God, not the God. I mean, not the definitive article. One of several thousand apparently. Safety in numbers, I said. But he didn't understand. Looks a bit more fun than Jesus, anyway. Shows me pictures of other gods. Getting up to all sorts. I said, she looks like a very busy lady. Is that yoga? I said, well, it helps. He's quite athletic himself, apparently. Married, but his wife's only 14, so they won't let her in. He calls me Mrs. Vicar too. Only it's different. He has lovely teeth. Once upon a time, I had my life all planned out, or half of it at any rate. Yeah. I wasn't thinking about the first part, but at the stroke of 50, I was all set to turn into a wonderful woman. The wife to a doctor or a vicar's wife, chairman of the parish council, pillar of the WI. A wise, witty and ultimately white-haired old lady who's always stood on her own feet. Until one day, at the age of 80, she comes out of the county library, falls under the weight of her improving looks, breaks a hip and dies. Peacefully, contently and without fuss under a snowy coverlet in the cottage hospital. And coming out from her funeral in a country churchyard, on a bright winter's morning, people would say, well, she was a wonderful woman. Had this been a serious ambition, I should have seen to it. I was equipped with the skills necessary to its achievement. How to produce jam, which after reaching a good rolling boil successfully coats the spoon. How to whip up a Victoria sponge that just gives to the fingertips. How to plan, execute and carry out a successful garden fete. All weapons in the armoury of any upstanding Anglican lady. I can do none of these things. I'm even a fool at flower arrangement. I ought to have a PhD in the subject, the number of classes I've been to. Still, my efforts show as much evidence of art as walking sticks in an umbrella stand. Actually, it's temperament. I don't have it. If you think squash is a competitive activity, try flower arrangement. On this particular morning, the rota was Mrs. Frobisher and Mrs. Belcher down to do the side aisles, and I'm paired with Mrs. Shrubsole to do the altar and the lectern. My honest opinion, never voiced, needless to say, is that if they were really sincere about religion, they'd forget flower arrangement altogether. Invest in some permanent plastic jobs and put the money towards the current most popular famine. However, around mid-morning, I wander over to the church with a few dog-eared chrysanthemums. They look like we could do with an immediate drink, so I call in the vestry and root out a vase or two from the cupboard where Geoffrey keeps the communion wine. Not looming very large on my horizon, I assume I am doing the altar and Mrs. Shrubsole the lectern. When I come out of the vestry, Mrs. S is at the altar, well embarked on her arrangement. I said, I thought I was doing the altar. No, I think Mrs. Belcher will bear me out. I'm down to do the altar, you're doing the lectern. Why? She smiles sweetly. Do you have a preference? The only preference I have is to shove my chrysanthemums up her nose. Instead, I practice a bit of Christian forbearance and I go and stick them in a vase by the lectern. The best tradition of my floral arrangements, they look like the poles of a wigwam. So I go and see if I can cadge a bit of backing from Mrs. Belcher. Are you using this? I say, picking up a bit of mouldy old fern. I certainly am. I need every bit of my spirea. It gives it body. I go over and see if Mrs. Frobisher has any greenery going begging. Only, well, she's doing some Japanese number. A vase like a test tube, half filled with gravel, in which she's throttling a lone carnation. So I retire to the vestry for a bit to calm my shattered nerves. When I come out, ready to tackle my chrysanths again, Mrs. Shrubsole has apparently finished and fetched the other two up to the altar to admire her handiwork. So I wander up to take a look. Well, it's a brown job. Beech leaves, teasels, grass, that school of thought. Mrs. Shrubsole is saying it's called Forest Murmurs. It's what I did for my highly commended Tarragate last year. What do you think? Gert and Daisy are, of course, speechless with admiration. But when I tentatively suggest that it might look a bit better if she cleared up all these bits and pieces lying around, she's, what bits and pieces? I said, all these acorns and fir cones and whatnot. I mean, what's this conker in aid of? Should leave that. The whole arrangement pivots on that. I said, pivots. When the adjudicator was commenting on my arrangement, he particularly singled out the hint I gave of the forest floor. I said, Mrs. Shrubsole, this is the altar of St. Michael and all angels. It is not the wind in the willows. Mrs. Belcher said, I think you ought to sit down. I said, I do not want to sit down. I said, it's all very well to transform the altar into something out of Bambi, but do not forget that for the vicar, the altar is his working surface. Furthermore, I added, should the vicar want to sink to his knees in prayer, which, since this is the altar he is wont to do, he's quite likely to get one of these teasel things in the eye. This is not a flower arrangement, it is a booby trap. Permit me to demonstrate. And I begin getting down on my knees just to prove how lethal the bloody forest murmurs are. Only I must have slipped. Because the next thing I know, I'm rolling down the altar steps and end up banging my head on the communion rail. Mrs. Shrubsole, who, along with every organisation known to man, has been in the St. John's Ambulance Brigade, wants me left lying down. Whereas Mrs. Belcher is all for getting me in a chair. Leave them lying down, says Mrs. Belcher, and they inhale their own vomit. It happens all the time, Veronica. Only, Muriel, says Mrs. Shrubsole, when they have vomited. She hasn't vomited. No, I say, but I will if I have to listen to any more of this drivel. And I begin to get up. Is that blood, Veronica? Says Mrs. Belcher, into my head. Well, says Mrs. Shrubsole, reluctant to concede to Mrs. B on any matter remotely touching medicine. Could be, I suppose. What we need is some hot, sweet tea. I thought that theory had been discredited, says Mrs. Belcher. Discredited or not, it sends Mrs. Frobisher streaking off to find a tea bag. And also it subsequently transpires to telephone all in sundry in an effort to locate Geoffrey. He's in York. Comes herring back, thinking I'm at death's door. And finding I'm not, has nothing more constructive to offer than I take a nap. Well, This gives the fan green light to invade the vicarage, making endless tea and the vicar's lunch and, as he puts it, spoiling him rotten. Since this also licenses them to conduct a fact-finding survey of all the housekeeping arrangements, or absence of same. Where does she keep the Duralight, Vicar? A good time is had by all. Meanwhile, Emily Bronte is laid out on the sofa in a light doze. I come round to hear Geoffrey saying, Mrs. Shrubsole is going now, darling. I don't get up. I never even open my eyes. I just wave and say, goodbye, Mrs. Shrubsole. Only thinking about it as I drift off again, I think I might have said goodbye, Mrs. Shrubsole. When I woke up, it was dark and Geoffrey had gone out. Well, I couldn't find a thing in the cupboard, so I got the car out and I drive to Leeds. I sat in the shop for a bit, not saying much. And then I felt a bit wainy and Mr. Ramish let me go into the back place to lie down. Must have dozed off. When I woke up, Mr. Ramish has come in and started taking his clothes off. I said, what are you doing? What about the shop? He said, do not worry about the shop. I have closed the shop. I said, but it's only 9. You don't close till 11. I do tonight, he said. I said, well, what's tonight? He said, a chance in a million. A turn up for the books. You take your clothes off, please. And I did. You never see pictures of Jesus smiling, do you? I mentioned this to Geoffrey once. Good point, Susan. That's what he said, which made me wish I'd never brought it up in the first place. He said I should think of our Lord as having an inward smile. If Jesus is all man, I just wish they'd put more of it into the illustrations. The church yesterday wrestling with something must have happened to Geoffrey. This should have kicked off ages ago and he's still in the vestry. Mr. Bland is filling in with something uplifting on the organ. Mrs. Frobisher, never one to let an opportunity slip, has slumped to her knees for a spot of unscheduled, silent prayer. Mrs. Shrubsole, lost in the contemplation of the altar, still adorned with forest murmurs, a trail of ivy around the cross, the final inspired touch. Mr. Bland now ups the volume. And suddenly the fan club is on red alert. She's just levering him to his feet. Well, I get in first and I nip in there to investigate. Well, his reverence is there, white-faced, every cupboard open and practically in tears. He said, have you seen it? I said, what? He said, the wine, the communion wine, it's gone. I said, it's no tragedy. And offered to pop out and get some ordinary. Geoffrey said, they're not open. Besides, what does it look like? I said, well, it looks like we've run out of communion wine. He said, we haven't run out. There was a full bottle here on Friday. Somebody has drunk it. It's on the tip of my tongue to say that if Jesus is all he's cracked up to be, why doesn't he use tap water and put it to the test? When suddenly I remember that Mr. Bland keeps a bottle of cough mixture in his cupboard in case any of the choir boys gets chesty. Well, at the thought of celebrating the Lord's Supper in Donnellan, Geoffrey now has a complete nervous breakdown. But, as I point out, it's red and sweet, and nobody is going to notice. Or do they? I mean, well, I see Mr. Belcher licking his lips a bit thoughtfully as he walks back down the aisle, but that's all. What was the delay? Says Mrs. Shrubsole. Nothing, I said. Just a little hiccup. Having got it right for once, I'm feeling quite pleased with myself. Geoffrey obviously isn't and never speaks all afternoon. So I bunk off evening song and go into Leeds. Mr. Ramish has obviously been expecting me because there's a bed made up in the storeroom upstairs. I go up first and get in. And when I'm in bed, I can put my hand out and feel the lentils running through my fingers. When he comes up, he's put on his proper clothes. Long white shirt, sash and whatnot. Loincloth underneath. All spotless, like Jesus. Only not. I watch him undress and think about them all at evening song and Geoffrey praying in that pawsy way he does, giving you time to mean each phrase. And the fan club, lapping it up and thinking they love God when they just love Geoffrey. Lighten our darkness, we beseech thee, O Lord, and by thy great mercy, defend us from all perils and dangers of this night. Like Mr. Ramish, who is 26 with lovely legs, who goes swimming every morning at Marion Street Baths and plays hockey for Horsforth. I ask him if they offer their sex to God, but he isn't very interested in the point. So far as I can gather, sex is all a part of God with them anyway. I can see why too. It's the first time I really understand what all the fuss is about. There, among the lentils on the second Sunday after Trinity. I've just popped into the vestry. He's put a lock on the cupboard door. I stand up and say, my name is Susan. I'm a vicar's wife and I am an alcoholic. Then I tell my story. Or some of it, anyway. Don't pull any punches, says Clem, my counsellor. Nobody's going to be shocked. Believe me, love, we've all been there. But I don't tell them about Mr. Ramish, because they've not all been there. Listen, people, I was so drunk, I used to go and sleep with an Asian grocer. Yeah. And you won't believe this, I loved it. Loved every minute. Dear, oh dear, this was a real drunken lady. So I draw a veil over Mr. Ramish, who once on the feast of St. Simon and St. Jude put makeup on his eyes and bells on his ankles and naked, except for his little belt, danced at the back room of his shop with a tambourine. So how did you come to AA? They ask. My husband, I say the vicar, he persuaded me. But I lie. It's not my husband. It was Mr. Ramish, the exquisitely delicate and polite Mr. Ramish, who one Sunday night turned his troubled face towards me with its struggling moustache and asked if he might take the bull by the horns and inquire if intoxication was a prerequisite for sexual intercourse. or whether it was only when I was going to bed with him. Beautiful Mr. Ramish, 26, with wonderful legs. Whether it was only with him I had to be inebriated. And was it? Asked this slim, flawless, and troubled creature. Was it perhaps his colour? Because if not, he would like to float the suggestion that sober might be even nicer. So the credit for the road to Damascus goes to Mr. Ramish, whose first name turns out also to be Ramish. Ramish. A member of the Community Council and the Leeds Federation of Trade. None of this, I say. In fact, I never say anything at all. Only when it becomes plain to Geoffrey, and well, it takes about 3 weeks, that Mrs. Vicar is finally on the wagon. Who is it gets the credit? Oh, not one of Mr. Ramish's jolly little gods. Oh no, it's full marks to Geoffrey's chum, the deity, moving in his well-known mysterious ways. So now everything has changed. For the moment, I am a new woman and Geoffrey is a new man. And he brings it up at the slightest pretext. My wife's an alcoholic, you know. Yes, it's a great challenge to me and the parish as an extended family. From being a fly in the ointment, I find myself transformed into a feather in his cap. Included it in his sermon on prayers answered, when he reveals that the fan club have been praying these jolly little got-togethers in which they all prayed over what he calls my problem. Practically sent me back to the Tio Pepe even to think of it. Oh, well, the fans, of course, never dreaming that their prayers would be answered, are furious. Well, they think it's brought us closer together. Geoffrey thinks that too. We were at some doleful diocesan jamboree last week, and I'm stuck there, clutching my grapefruit juice as Geoffrey's telling the tale to some bearded cleric. Suddenly he seizes my hand. We met it with love, he cries, as if love was some all-purpose antibiotic, which to Geoffrey it probably is. And so it goes, the mileage in it endless. I said to Geoffrey that when I stood up at the AA, I sometimes told the story about the flower arranging. Result? He starts telling it all over the diocese. First time was at a conference in the supportive parish. Gales of deep, liberated, caring laughter. He's now given it a new twist. Tells the story as if he's talking about a parishioner. Then at the end he says, friends, I want to tell you something. Deep hush. That drunken flower arranger was my wife. Silence. Then applause. Terrific. I've caught the other young, upwardly mobile parsons sneaking looks at me now and again. And you can see them thinking, why weren't they smart enough to marry an alcoholic? Oh, or better still, a drug addict. Problem wives who they could do a nice redemption job right there on their own doorstep. Oh, because there's no stopping Geoffrey now. He grips my hand in public. Oh, nay, brandishes it. We are a team, he cries. As the bishop says, just the kind of man we're looking for on the bench. Someone with a seasoned compassion, someone who's looked life in the face, someone who's been there. Mr. Ramish sold his shop. He's gone back to India to fetch his wife. She's old enough now, apparently. I went down there on Sunday. There was a boy writing under new management on the window. Spelled wrong. Something underneath in Hindi, spelled right probably. He said he thought Mr. Ramesh would be getting another shop, only in Preston. They do that, of course, Asians. Build something up, get it going nicely, and then take the profit and move on. It's a good thing. We ought to be more like that, more enterprising. My group meets twice a week and I go religiously. That's what it is, of course. I mean, the names are different. Frankie and Stevie, Susie, Clem. It's actually Mrs. Frobisher and Mrs. Shrubsole all over again. I never liked going to one church, and I end up going to two. Jeffrey would call that the wonderful mystery of God. I call it bad taste. And I wouldn't do it to a dog. That's the thing nobody ever says about God. He has no taste at all.
Thank you, Lesley. And last but not least, Chance of a Lifetime, starring Nicole Intravia Brown.
I shot a man last week, in the back. I miss it now. It was really interesting. Still, I'm not going to get depressed about it. You have to look to the future. To have something like that under your belt can be quite useful. You never know when you might be called on to repeat the experience. It wasn't in the line of duty. I wasn't a policewoman or someone who takes violence in her stride. It was with a harpoon gun, actually. But it definitely wasn't an accident. My decision to kill was arrived at only after a visible tussle with my conscience. I had to make it plain that once I'd pulled the trigger, things were never going to be the same. This was a woman at the crossroads. It wasn't Crossroads, of course. They don't shoot people in Crossroads, at any rate, not with harpoon guns. If anybody did get shot, it would be with a weapon more suited to the motel ambiance. I have been in Crossroads, though, actually. I was in an episode involving a fork lunch. At least I was told it was a fork lunch. The script said it was a finger buffet. I said to the floor manager, I said, Rex, are you on cans? Because I'd like some direction on this point. Are we toying or are we tucking in? He said, forget it, we're losing the food anyway. I was playing Woman in a Musquash Coat, a guest at a wedding reception, and I was scheduled to just be in that one episode. However, in my performance, I tried to suggest I'd taken a fancy to the hotel in the hope that I might catch the director's eye and he'd have me stay on after the fork lunch for the following episode, which involved a full-blown weekend. So I acted an interest in the soft furnishing, running my fingers over the formica and admiring the carpet on the walls. Only Rex then came over to say that they'd put me in the musquash coat to suggest that I was a sophisticated woman. Could I try and look as if I was more at home in a 3-star motel? I wasn't at home in that sort of motel, I can tell you. I said to the man I'd been put next to, who I took to be my husband, I said, curtains in orange nylon and no placemats, there's not even the veneer of civilization. He said, don't talk to me about orange nylon. I was on a jury once that sentenced Richard Attenborough to death. We'd been told to engage in simulated cocktail chit-chat, so we weren't being unprofessional talking. That is something I pride myself on, actually. I am professional to my fingertips. Whatever it is I'm doing, even if it's just a walk-on, I must get involved right up to the hilt. I can't help it. People who know me tell me I'm a very serious person. Only it's funny, I never get to do really serious parts. The parts I get offered tend to be fun-loving girls who take life as it comes and aren't afraid of a good time should the opportunity arise type thing. I'd call them vivacious if that didn't carry overtones of the outdoor life. In a nutshell, I play the kind of girl who's very much at home on a bar stool and who seldom has to light her own cigarette. That couldn't be more different from me because, for a start, I'm not a smoker. I mean, I can smoke if a part requires it. I'm a professional and you need as many strings in your bow as you can in this game. But having said that, I'm not a natural smoker. And what's more, I surprise my friends by not being much of a partygoer either. Rather curl up with a good book, quite frankly. However, this particular party I'd made an exception. The thing was, I'd met this ex-graphic designer who was quitting the rat race and going off to Zimbabwe, and he was having a little farewell to do in the flat of an air hostess friend of his in Mitcham, and would I go? I thought, well, it's not every day you get somebody going off to Zimbabwe, so I said yes, and I'm glad I did because that's how I got the audition. Now, my hobby is people. I collect people. So when I saw this interesting looking man in the corner, next thing is I find myself talking to him. I said, "You look an interesting person. I'm interested in interesting people. Hello." He said, "Hello." I said, "What do you do?" He said, "I'm in films." I said, "Oh, that's interesting. Anything in the pipeline?" He said, "As a matter of fact, yes," and starts telling me about this project he's involved in, making videos for the overseas market, targeted chiefly in West Germany. I said, "Are you the producer?" He said, "No, but I'm on the production side. The name's Spud." I said, "Spud? That's an interesting name. Mine's Lesley." He said, "As it happens, Lesley, we've got a problem at the moment. Our main girl has had to drop because her back's packed in. Are you an actress?" I said, "Well, Spud, interesting that you should ask, because as a matter of fact, I am." He said, "Will you excuse me one moment, Lesley?" I said, "Why, Spud? Where are you going?" He said, "I'm going to make one phone call." Transpires the director is seeing possible replacements the very next day at an address in West London. Spud said, "It's interesting because I'm based in Ealing." I said, "Isn't that West London?" He said, "It is. Where's your stamping grounds?" I said, "Bromley for my sins." He said, "That's a farish cry. Why not bed down at my place?" I said, "Thank you, kind sir, but I didn't fall off the Christmas tree yesterday." He said, "Lesley, I have a son studying hotel management and a daughter with one kidney. Besides, I've got my sister-in-law staying. She's come up for the Ideal Home exhibition." The penny began to drop when I saw the tattoo. My experience with tattoos is that they're generally confined to the lower echelons, and when I saw his vest, it had "electrician" written all over it. I never even saw the sister-in-law. Still traipsing around Olympia, probably. I know something about personality. There's a chapter about it in this book I'm reading. It's by an American. They're the experts when it comes to personality, the Americans. They've got it down to a fine art. It makes a big thing of interviews, so I was able to test it out. The director's not very old. Blue suit, tie loose, sleeves turned back. I put him down as a university type. Said his name was Simon, which I instantly committed to memory. That's one of the points in the book on personality, purpose and use of name. He said, "Forgive this crazy time." I said, "I'm sorry, Simon." He said, "Like 9:30 in the morning." I said, "Simon, the day begins when it begins. You're the director." He said, "Yes, well, can you tell me what you've done?" I said, "Where you may have seen me, Simon, is in Tess. Roman Polanski. I played Chloe." "I don't remember her," he said. "Is she in the book?" I said, "Book? This is Tess, Simon. Roman Polanski. Chloe was the one on the back of the farm cart wearing a shawl. The shawl was original 19th century embroidery, all hand done. Do you know Roman, Simon?" He said, "Not personally, no." I said, "Physically, he's quite small, but we had a very good working relationship, very open." He said that was good because Travis in the film was very open. I said, "Travis, that's an interesting name, Simon." He said, "Yes, she's an interesting character. She spends most of the film on the deck of a yacht." I said, "Yacht? That's interesting, Simon. My brother-in-law has a small powerboat berthed at Ipswich." He said, "Well, snap." I said, "Yes, small world." He said, "In an ideal world, Lesley, I'd be happy to sit here chatting all day, but I have a pretty tight schedule, and I know it's only 9:30 in the morning, but could I see you in your bra and panties?" I said, 9:30 in the morning, 10:30 at night. We're both professionals, Simon, but," I said, "could we just put another bar on? Because if we don't, you won't be able to tell my tits from goose pimples." He had to smile. That was another one of the sections in the book. Humor, usefulness of in breaking the ice. When I got my things off, he said, well, you've passed the physical, now the oral. Do you play chess? I said, chess, Simon? Do you mean the musical? He said, no, the game. I said, as a matter of fact, I don't, Simon. Is that a problem? He said, not if you water ski. Travis is fundamentally an outdoor girl, but we thought it might be fun to make her an intellectual on the side. I said, well, Simon, I'm very happy to learn both chess and water skiing, but could I make a suggestion? Reading generally indicates a studious temperament, and I'm a very convincing reader, I said, because it's something I frequently do in real life. I could tell he was impressed. And so I said, another suggestion I could make would be to kit Travis out in some glasses. Spectacles, Simon. These days they're not unbecoming, and if you put Travis in spectacles with something in paperback, that says it all. He said, you've been most helpful. I said, the paperback could be something about the environment. Or if you want to maintain the water skiing theme, something about water skiing and the environment. Possibly. I mean Lake Windermere. He was showing me out by this time, but I said, one last thought, Simon, and that is a briefcase. Put Travis in a bikini, give her a briefcase, and you get the best of every possible world. He said, I'm most grateful. You've given me a lot of ideas. I said, goodbye, Simon. I hope we can work together. The drill for saying goodbye is you take the person's hand and then you put your other hand over theirs, clasp it warmly while at the same time looking into their eyes, smiling and reiterating their name. This lodges you in their mind, apparently. So I did all that. Only going downstairs, I had another thought and I popped back up. He was on the phone. You won't believe this, he was saying. I said, don't hang up, Simon. Only I just wanted to make it crystal clear that when I said briefcase, I didn't mean the old-fashioned type ones. There are new briefcases now that open up and turn into a mini writing desk. Being an up-to-the-minute girl, that would probably be the kind of briefcase that Travis would have. She could be sitting in a wet bikini with a briefcase open on her knee. I've never seen that on screen before, so it would probably be some kind of first. Ciao, Simon. Take care. That was last Friday. The personality book has charts where you check your interview score. Mine was 75. Very good to excellent. Actually, I'm surprised they haven't telephoned. You'd never think this frock wasn't made for me. I said to Scott, whose wardrobe, I said, she must be my double. He said, no, you're hers, the stupid cow. Talk about last minute, though. 11 o'clock on Tuesday night, I'm just wondering about having a run round with the dustette. 6 o'clock next morning, I'm sitting in Leon Solent in makeup. When the phone went telling me I got the part, I assumed it was Simon, so I said, hello, Simon. He said, try Nigel. So I said, well, Nigel, you can tell Simon that I haven't let the grass grow under my feet. I now play a rudimentary game of chess. He said, I don't care if you play a championship game of ice hockey, just don't get pregnant. It transpires the girl they'd slated to do the part had been living with a racing driver. And of course, the inevitable happened. Kitty on the way. So my name was next out of the hat. I said to Scott, I know why. They knew I had ideas about the part. He said they knew you had a 38-inch bust. His mother's in a wheelchair. He's got a lot on his plate. Anyway, I'm ready. I've been ready since yesterday morning. It was long before anybody came near. I had a bacon sandwich that Scott went and fetched me while I was under the dryer. I said, wasn't there a croissant? He said, in Leon Solent. On Tess, there were croissants. On Tess, there was filter coffee. On Tess, there was also some liaison. I wanted to talk to somebody about the part, only Scott said they were out in the speedboat doing some mute shots of the coastline. On Tess, you were never sitting around. Roman anticipated every eventuality. We filmed in the middle of a forest once, and the toilet arrangements were immaculate. There was also a provision for a calorie-controlled diet. I said to Scott, I'm not used to working like this. He said, let's face it, dear, you're not used to working. Why didn't you bring your knitting? I said, I do not knit, Scott. He said, well, file your nails then, pluck an eyebrow, be like me, do something constructive. He's as thin as a rail and apparently an accomplished pianist, and he seems to be makeup as well as wardrobe. On Tess, we had 3 caravans for makeup alone. Eventually, Simon puts his head round the door. I said, hello, Simon. I said, long time no see. Did Nigel tell you I've learned chess? He said, chess? Aren't you the one who can water ski? I said, no. He said, bugger, and disappeared. I said to Scott, Simon's on the young side for a director. He's a director. He couldn't direct you to the end of the street. He just does all the running about. I said, who is the director? He said, Gunther. I said, Gunther? That sounds a continental name. He said, yes, German. I said, that's interesting. I went to Germany once, Dusseldorf. He said, well, you'll have a lot to talk about. I have a feeling Scott may be gay. I normally like them, only I think he's one of the ones that's turned bitter. Still sitting there hours later when this other young fellow comes in. I said, Gunther? He said, Nigel. I said, we spoke on the phone. He said, yes, I'm about to commit suicide. I've just been told you don't water ski. I said, Nigel, I could learn. I picked up the skateboard in 5 minutes. He said, precious, 5 minutes is something we do not have. You don't by any chance have fluent French. I said, no, why? He said, they'd wondered about making her French. I said, Nigel, how can she be French when she's called Travis? Travis isn't a French name. He said, the name isn't important. I said, it is to me. It's all I've got to build on. He said, I'll get back to you. I said, Nigel, I don't have French, but what I do have is a smattering of Spanish, the legacy of several non-package type holidays on the Costa del Sol. Could Travis be half Spanish? He said to Scott, we wanted someone with fluent French who could water ski, and what have we got? Someone with pidgin Spanish who plays chess. Scott said, well, don't talk to me. I started off as a landscape gardener. I was still waiting to be used in the afternoon, which is when they did the water skiing. Some girl from the local sub-aqua did it. She works part-time in the Quayside restaurant where they all ate last night, apparently. I saw her when she came in for makeup. Pleasant enough, but didn't look a bit like me. I'm quite petite, only she was on the large side, and whereas my hair is auburn, hers was definitely ginger. I didn't say anything at the time, but I thought if she's supposed to be me, they'll be into big continuity problems, so I thought I'd go in quest of the director to tell him. Nobody about on the yacht, except a man who's dusting the camera. He said not to worry, the shot was POV, water ski, so we'd only be seeing her elbow. I said, will that work? He said, yes, you know, cinema, the magic of. Mind you, he said, if it were up to him, he'd rather see my elbow than hers any day. His name was Terry, what was mine? I said, it's a relief to find someone civil. He said, it's the usual story, Lesley. Art comes in at the door, manners go out the window. Why is making a film like being a mushroom? I said, why, Terry? He said, they keep you in the dark, and every now and then someone comes in and throws a bucket of shit over you. He laughed. I said, that's interesting, Terry, only they don't grow mushrooms like that anymore. It's all industrialized now. He said, you sound like a cultured person. What say we spend the evening exploring the delights of Leon Solent? His room was nicer than mine. His bathroom's got a hairdryer. Please don't misunderstand me. I've no objection to taking my top off. But Travis, as I was playing her, wasn't the kind of girl who would take her top off. I said, I'm a professional, Nigel. Credit me with a little experience. It isn't Travis. I'd been sitting on the deck of the yacht all day as background while these two older men had what I presumed was a business discussion. One of them, who was covered in hair and had a real weight problem, was my boyfriend, apparently. You knew he was my boyfriend because at an earlier juncture you'd seen him hit me across the face. Travis is supposed to be a good time girl, though you never actually see me having a good time. Just sat on this freezing cold deck, plastering on the suntan lotion. I said to Nigel, I don't know whether the cameraman spotted it, Nigel, but would I be sunbathing? There's no sun. Nigel said no sun is favorite. Nigel's first assistant, here, there, and everywhere. Gunther never speaks. Not to me, anyway. Just stands behind the camera with a little cap on. Not a patch on Roman. Roman had a smile for everybody. Anyway, I'm sitting there as background, and I said to Nigel, Nigel, am I right in thinking that I'm a denizen of the cocktail belt? He said, why? A bit guardedly. I said, because to me, Nigel, that implies a cigarette holder, and I produced quite a modest one that I happened to have brought with me. He went and spoke to Gunther, only Gunther ruled there was to be no smoking. I said, on grounds of health. He said, no, on grounds of it making continuity a bugger. I'd also brought a paperback with me, just to make it easier for props, which seemed to be Scott again. Only I'd hardly got it open when Nigel relieved me of it and said they were going for the suntan lotion. I said, Nigel, I don't think the two are incompatible. I can apply suntan lotion and read at the same time. That is what professionalism means. He checked with Gunther again. He came back and said, forget the book, suntan lotion is favorite. I said, can I ask you something else? He said, go on. I said, what is my boyfriend discussing? He said, business. I said, Nigel, am I right in thinking it's a drug deal? He said, does it matter? I said, it matters to me. It matters to Travis. It helps my character. He said, what would help your character is if you took your bikini top off. I said, Nigel, would Travis do that? We know Travis plays chess. She also reads. Is Travis the type to go topless? He said, who do you think you're playing, Emily Bronte? Gunther wants to see your knockers. Didn't even look at him. I just took my top off without a word and applied suntan lotion with all the contempt I could muster. They did the shot. Then Nigel came over and said, Gunther liked that, and if I could give them a whisker more sensuality, it might be worth a close-up. So we did it again. And then Nigel came over and said Gunther was liking what I was giving them, and in this next shot, would I slip off my bikini bottom? I said, Nigel, trust me, Travis would not do that. Talks to Gunther, comes back, says Gunther agrees with me. The real Travis wouldn't. But by displaying herself naked before her boyfriend's business associate, she is showing her contempt for his whole way of life. I said, Nigel, at last, Gunther is giving me something I can relate to. He said, right, let's shoot it. Elbow the bikini bottom. We wrapped about 6. That's film parlance for packed up. I said to Nigel, did I give Gunther what he wanted? Is he happy? He said, Gunther's an artist, Lesley. He's never happy. But as he said this afternoon, at last we're cooking with gas. I said, does that mean it was good? He said, yes. I said, oh, because I prefer electricity. When I got back to the hotel, it took me some time to unwind. I'd become so identified with Travis that it was only when I'd had a bath and freshened up that I felt her loosening a hold on me. I was looking forward to relaxing with the crew, swapping anecdotes of the day's shooting and the knowledge of a day's work well done. Only when I got downstairs, there was nobody about, just Scott and one of the drivers. Turns out all the rest of them had gone to supper at the restaurant run by the fat girl who did the water skiing. I sat in the bar for a bit, just one fellow in there. I said, my hobby is people. What do you do? Lo and behold, he's on the film too. The animal handler, Kenny, in charge of the cat. I said, that's interesting, Kenny. I love cats. I love dogs too, but I really love cats. He said, would you care to meet her? She's asleep on my bed. I said, that's convenient. He said, Lesley, don't run away with the idea. I am wedded to my small charges. So I go up and pal on with the cat, and Kenny tells me about all the animals he's handled. A zebra once, a seal, an alligator, and umpteen ferrets. He had a trout there too in a tank. It was going to be caught later on in the film. Quite small, but they were going to shoot it in close-up to make it look bigger. I sat on the bed and listened to him talk about animal behavior. I said, Kenny, this is the type of evening I like. Just 2 people talking about something interesting. I woke up later in the night and couldn't remember where I was. Then I saw the cat sitting there watching the trout. When you've finished a shot on a film, you have to wait to see if there's what they call a hair in the gate. It's film parlance for the all clear. Thank God there wasn't, because I couldn't have done it again. I'd created Travis, and though it was her lover that got shot, I felt it was something in me that was Travis that had died. My lover's name turned out to be Alfredo. That was my big line. Alfredo. He was the head of some sort of crime syndicate, only everybody in the yachting fraternity thought he was very respectable and to do with the building trade. One night, while Alfredo and me were ashore at a building federation dinner and dance, this young undercover policeman swims out to the yacht to search it in his underpants. However, as luck would have it, Travis has a headache, so she and Alfredo return early from this ultra-respectable function with Alfredo in a towering rage. Originally, I was down to say, I can't help it, Alfredo. I have a headache. And we tried it once or twice, only Gunther then thought it would actually be more convincing if my headache was so bad that I couldn't speak, and Alfredo just said, "You and your headaches." I said if it's a migraine rather than a headache, Travis probably wouldn't be able to speak, and Gunther said, "Whatever you say." It's so wonderful, that moment when you feel a director first begin to trust you and you can really start to build. Anyway, Travis and Alfredo come into the cabin where they find this young man behind the sofa in his underpants, and Alfredo takes out his gun and says, "How lucky lovely Travis had a headache and we had to leave our glittering reception. I was cross with her then, but my mood has changed. Offer the gentleman a drink, Travis, then go and take off your clothes. There's nothing I enjoy more than making love after shooting a policeman. Ha ha." I then retire to the next cabin while Alfredo taunts the bare young policeman and says he's going to kill him. But before he does so, he tells him about his drug smuggling operation in every detail, the way every criminal does once they've got somebody at gunpoint. When Travis comes back with no clothes on, the young policeman is talking about the evil drugs do, all the young lives ruined, and so on. Only I forgot to say, there'd been some kind of dialogue earlier when I was supposed to be snorkeling about how Travis had a little brother, Craig, and how he got hooked on drugs, and how I was heartbroken and determined to revenge myself on the culprit should I ever come across them. So, when the policeman is saying all this about the horror of drugs, you can see it comes as a revelation to Travis that her lover is involved with drugs. She thinks it's just been ordinary crime and stealing electrical goods. Anyway, very quietly, almost pensively, Gunther said, Travis picks up an underwater spear gun that happens to be on the sideboard. Nigel came over and said that ideally at this point, Gunther would like to see a variety of emotions chase themselves across Travis's face as her affection for her lover Alfredo fights with the demands of her conscience and the memories of her little brother Craig. You see my lover's fat finger tighten on the trigger as he gets ready to shoot the policeman, only just then I say his name very quietly, Alfredo. He spins round, Travis fires the harpoon, and you see the spear come out his back, killing him and also ruining his dinner jacket. They then follow that with a big close-up with blood and everything, and me with a single tear rolling down my cheek. We did this in one take, which Nigel said is almost unique in the annals of filming. Only Scott has to chip in and say, good job, as just having one dinner jacket was fairly unique as well. I couldn't have done it again anyway. I'd got nothing left. Except I suddenly had a flash of inspiration, the way you do when you've been to the end of the world and back. And I said to Nigel, don't you think that Travis, drained of emotion by the death of her lover, would perhaps cling on to the policeman whose life she has saved, and that they would celebrate his deliverance by having sexual intercourse right then and there? Big debate. Gunther really liked it. Only the actor playing the policeman wasn't keen. I think he may have been gay too. He had a mustache. Eventually, Nigel came over and said that favorite was for the policeman to look as if he was considering having sexual intercourse and for him to run his hand speculatively over Travis's private parts. Only then pity drives out lust, and instead he covers up her nakedness with an oriental-type dressing gown, the property of her dead lover. Though even at this late stage, you can tell he's not ruled out the possibility, because as he's fastening the dressing gown, his fingers linger over Travis's nipples. Afterwards, Gunther explained that if there had been any proper funny business at this point, it would have detracted from the final scene, when after all the excitement, the undercover policeman goes home to his regular girlfriend, who cooks him a hot snack and who's a librarian, and then the final scene is of them making love. The message being that sexual intercourse is better with someone you're in love with, even though they are a bit homely and they work at the library, than with someone like Travis who's just after a good time. As Gunther said to me that night, it's a very moral film, only the tragedy is people won't see it. I said to him, that's interesting, because I saw it that way right from the start. When we were in bed, I said, if only we could have done this sooner. He said, Lesley, I make it a rule never to lay a finger on an actress until the whole thing's in the can. I said, Gunther, there's no need to explain. We're both professionals. But Gunther, I said, can I ask you one question? Was I Travis? Were you pleased with my performance? He said, listen, if someone's a bad actress, I can't sleep with her. So please don't ask me if I was pleased with your performance. This is the proof. He's a real artist, Miss Gunther. When I woke up in the morning, he'd gone. I wandered down to get some coffee, only there was nobody about. I'd planned to say goodbye to everybody, but they were off doing some establishing shots of the marina. Anyway, I went and bought a card with a sinking ship on it and put, goodbye, gang, see you at the premiere, and left it at the desk. As I came out with my bag, Scott was just loading the laundry. I said, ciao, Scott. It's been a pleasure working with you. He said, you win some, you lose some. I said, now it's back to real life. He said, some of us never left it. It's funny the way their clothes always look too small. Film's coming out in West Germany initially, then Turkey, possibly. Gunther says it'll make me quite famous. Well, suppose that's something I'll just have to live with. Only I'm not just going to sit around and wait for the phone to ring. No fear. I'm going to acquire another skill. Spoken Italian, selling valuable oil paintings, canoeing. You see, the more you have to offer as a person, the better you are as an actress. Acting is just giving.
Thank you, Nicole, and all the ladies. Everybody come back just to say goodbye. Thank you all so much.
Thank
Wonderful,
you.
wonderful work.
You were all so great. Thank you so much. You were all so wonderful.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good to be back on stage.
Right?
If you see the chats coming in,
You were all
everybody-
amazing.
Yeah, congratulating you, amazing. Victoria, oops, I just lost.
Yes, Emily Nadler, Victoria Sheehan.
Jeffrey Sanzel, Allison Fox, Evan Donnellan.
Thanks for coming, everyone.
Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, thank you, Marion. Thank you, Deb. Thank you, girls. Love
Thank you, girls, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Love you
Debbie, I'll see
guys.
you
Bye,
tomorrow night.
everybody.
Bye. Good night.
Bye, good night. Good evening. Welcome to the third and final day of Talking Heads by Alan Bennett. A special thank you to South Shore Theater Experience and Debbie Cassio for sponsoring this event. We have all had a wonderful time working on these pieces. Please feel free to use the chat. The South Shore Theater Experience website is accepting donations. In these trying times, all the little theaters around the island can certainly use the help. If you've missed any of the days prior, or if you wish to see any other South Shore Theater event, the website will go to their YouTube page and you can watch those. And there are two pieces this evening. Without further ado, we will begin. The first piece is Nights in the Gardens of Spain, starring Carota.
Nobody normally gets killed round here. Well, they're mostly detached houses, and you never even hear shouting. So it took me a minute to tipple to what she was saying. I said, "Dead? Is it a heart attack?" And she said, "Oh no, nothing like that. And just look at me, I'm in my bare feet." I really only know her to nod to, but they have a lovely magnolia. So once, when she was in the garden, I called out, "You've had more luck with your Magnolia grandiflora than I have." But she just smiled and said, yes. And since I didn't have another remark up my sleeve ready, well, that was the end of it. I do that all the time. Start a conversation, but can't keep it going. Blondish woman, a bit washed out looking. Nice, tired sort of face. Anyway, she comes out into the road and waits for me to get to their gate and says, "I know I don't really know you, only there's something wrong with Mr. McCorkadale." I was actually rushing because I planned on getting the 5 to 9 and going into Sainsbury, but anyway, I went in. I said, "Has he been poorly?" She said, "No, I've a feeling he's dead." "Come through. Only Mrs. Horrocks, he doesn't have any trousers on." I said, "Well, I do a stint at the hospice twice a week. That's not a problem. Only to be fair, I just take the trolley round. I've never actually been there when anybody's been going, and they think I'm not really ready to administer the consolation yet." She had a nice linen dress on. Very simple. I think she might have been drinking. He was lying on his back on the rug, one of those fleecy, hairy things with blood and whatnot coming from somewhere behind his head. And it's awful because the first thing I thought was, well, she'll never get that out. He had on green Y-fronty things, which I'd have thought were a bit young for someone who's retired. But Henry's the same. Suddenly takes it into his head to go in for something he thinks is a bit more dashing. Little terraline socks. I said, "Should I touch him?" She said, "Well, if you can, if you want, but he is dead." I've been sitting here looking at him for an hour. I said, "His pants are on back to front." She said, "Oh, that's me. I thought I'd better put them on before I fetch somebody in." He had a little tattoo not far from his belly button, and I remember when they moved in, Henry said he thought he had something to do with vending machines. I said, "Did he bang his head, do you think?" She said, "Oh no, I shot him. I've put the gun away." And she opens the sideboard drawer, and there it is, with the table mats and the playing cards. He had a gun because he'd been in Malaya, apparently. Well, my first thought was to ring Henry and ask what to do, but I couldn't face the fuss. I was still a bit nervous of calling 999 because I'm never sure what constitutes an emergency. Anyway, I thought if she'd waited an hour already, I might as well get her a cup of tea first. And as I was running the tap, I called out, "The police haven't been here already, have they?" And she said, "No, why?" I said, "Nothing. Only there was a pair of handcuffs on the draining board." The policeman had some difficulty writing. Big boy, nice ears, spelling all over the place. When I asked him what he thought had happened, he said, "Well, it's marriage, isn't it? The stresses and strains of. Though we don't normally expect it with oldish people. They generally got it out of their system by then. And it's a bit early in the day. People seem to like to get breakfast out of the way before the shooting starts." I'm just signing the papers when Henry arrives back and, of course, prolongs the process. "I don't know that Mrs. Horrocks quite means this, officer. What you said to me on the phone, young lady," and I said, "Henry, you weren't there." The policeman winks and says, "Now then, we don't want another shooting match, do we?" I mean, at first, Henry didn't even know who they were. He said, "Not the Chow." I said, "No, that's the Broadbents." Anyway, he sits about for a bit, whistling under his breath, and then goes upstairs and attacks his computer. After the policeman had gone, I went up and apologized and asked Henry whether he thought anything had been going on. He said, "Why?" I said, "Well, she didn't have anything on under that linen dress." Of course, any suggestion of that embarrasses Henry. He's such an innocent. He said, "Rosemary, I don't know what sort of world you think you're living in, but there's probably some perfectly reasonable explanation. In the meantime, let's just remember that somebody has died. I'm only sorry that you had to be the one who was passing, because I'd prefer you not to have been involved." I went out later to get some milk at the garage, and there were still 1 or 2 reporters outside number 17. A whole branch of the magnolia broken off. One of them said, "Are you a neighbor? Did you know the McCorkadales?" Well, I shook my head and didn't say anything. So one of them shouts after me, "You owe it to the community." So I turned round and said, "Yes, and you owe it to the community, not to break branches off people's magnolia trees." And of course, that's just the point where the photographer takes a picture. And it's in the paper this morning with me looking like a madwoman, and the caption, "The real face of suburbia." Whereas the real face of suburbia was Henry's, and he saw it. I woke up in the night and I could hear him whistling under his breath. I said, "Are you thinking about Mrs. McCorkadale?" He said, "No, I was thinking about the house. Prices are down as it is, and something like this isn't going to help matters." He reached over from his bed and took my hand. "You must try not to be upset, but if we don't get at least 175, we shall have to kiss goodbye to Marbella." I keep wondering if I ought to have told somebody about the handcuffs. I put on my little greeny-colored costume, which is at least tried and tested. Only when I came down, Henry said, "Oh, you're going in that?" So I went in and changed into the black. No need, because it was all very casual. The policeman in his shirt sleeves and some barrister taking me through what I'd said, scarcely interested at all. I gave her a little smile. They let her sit down most of the time. She did look pale. Pleaded not guilty, which you have to do apparently, even when they know you did it. Only then, her lawyer reads out a list of stuff they'd found wrong with Mrs. McCorkadale when she'd been arrested. Old fractures, new cigarette burns, and one of her teeth loose. Another lawyer then jumps up and said, "Were other people involved?" And she said no. And he said he wouldn't pursue that at this stage. Well, the upshot is she was sent for trial. I said to Henry, "Does that mean they'll have to go through it all again?" He said, "Oh yes, this is just the beginning." Policewoman came round this afternoon, said, did I want any counselling? I'm entitled to it, and apparently through having seen a body, and should have had it earlier, only they had a charabanc run off the road, so they've had a bit of backlog. Pleasant enough girl, though she would go on about all of the terrible, dreadful things she'd seen, accidents and violence and whatnot. So my seeing just one body seemed pretty ordinary, really. But maybe that's part of the counselling. We sat in the garden having some tea, heavy on the biscuits, polished off half a dozen sandwich creams. She said it was nice, it was so civilized. Had I seen a naked corpse before? She was just going when she turns back and says, "Mrs. Horrocks, when I went on the counselling course, one of the things they teach you is that it helps to look things right in the face from the start." I said, "Well, I did look at the body. I actually touched it." She said, "Yes, but when the police start digging, which they have to do, there is a potential for distress." I said, "Digging?" She said, "Metaphorically." I said, "Why should it affect me?" She said, "All the indications are that it won't, but the potential is there. Things come out, and I want you to know I'm here for you. I'm on a bleep." I said to Henry, "It's nice she should be so concerned." He said, "It's what she's there for, unfortunately." Article in the Mail yesterday, which I'd always thought was that bit more refined, but it's full of silly stuff about the case. What goes on behind the neat privet hedges type thing? I said to Henry, fat lot they know. There actually isn't a privet hedge in the entire road. They're mostly beech, and one or two cypresses Leylandii. He said he didn't think that was quite the point. And to a reporter, a hedge was simply something to be peered through. Still, talking of neat, well, what with her being on remand, their garden, which is usually so immaculate, is already beginning to look a bit, well, shaggy. She's got a herb garden outside the back door, and the borage has gone berserk, bullying its way all over the border. Made me long to nip over and put it in its place. I didn't want to ask Henry, though, as I'm sure he would think it was inadvisable, Rosemary, quite candidly. But no. It turns out he's all in favor. And it had in fact occurred to him, though it has to be said, coming at it from a different angle from me, saying that if ever we're going to get anywhere near our asking price, a garden going to seed in the same road is the last thing one wants. So the upshot is I've started toddling up the road with my trusty secateurs. Thought I'd cut back the poppies now that they've flowered and give the Accolea a chance to come through. Of course, I've scarcely got my kneeling pad down before Miss Lumsden's out, contriving to come by with an unconvincing bottle of Lucasade en route for the battle bank. Wants to know if there are any sweet peas going begging. I said I thought of picking some and taking them down to the hospice. She said, "What a nice idea. Some people might feel a bit funny about them, but I suppose they're too far gone to care." Lots of jokes, of course, on the lines of, "Mr. Pemberton's, who do I have to shoot for you to come and do my garden?" Smile got a bit fixed after a bit. Except that Sheila Blanchard did actually come in and lend a hand weeding the borders. She said she didn't blame her a bit. "I mean husbands, Rosemary, who needs them?" I said, "Well, they can be a comfort." She said, "Can they? Reggie isn't. I'm the comfort merchant. What's Henry like?" "Oh," I said, "very..." And I said, such a silly word. "Very considerate." I saw her smile, and she's a nice woman, but I know it'll be all up and down the road by tomorrow. But he is considerate. Timid, I suppose. Always has been. I wish he wasn't sometimes. What I haven't told Henry is that I dropped Mrs. McCorkadale a note to the prison, bringing her up to date on what I've been doing. I do it every day now, in fact. Even send her snaps. I told her today I was keeping an eye on the Alchemilla moss. It's a lovely plant, but you have to read it the riot act occasionally. Well, she rang this afternoon to thank me. I didn't know you could do that in prison. Ring up. Her name's Fran. Dear Fran. I've misjudged Henry. Got him quite wrong. 30 years of marriage, and you'd think you've got somebody all weighed up, but no. He's lost half a stone while the case has been going on, and never set foot in the office. I thought, well, you're a better person than ever I thought you were. I said to Fran, he's more worried about you than he's ever been about me. I mean, the day I had my scan, he went off to a golf tournament. So, as a reward, I got out the brochures for Marbella, and that seemed to cheer him up. It's all come out in court, though. Turns out that Mr. has led her a dog's life. Literally. The defense produced the collar and lead in evidence. Beat her, terrorized her. A saga of protracted and imaginative cruelty, counsel said. Well, the prosecution, of course, goes after her, claiming it was all part of some game, sexually speaking, and that the cruelty was what she wanted. But she said, if it had been mutual, he wouldn't have been interested. Anyhow, how is it mutual to have your arm broken? A lot of lurid details. How he sometimes used to put a hood over her head so she couldn't see, and bring in other people to watch. Business associates, she thought. Leading lights in the world of vending machines, probably. Henry says she was lucky because there was another case going on the same week in Liverpool. A man had up for killing a child, and that pushed her out of the limelight a bit. Of course, what Henry calls the wild and woolly feminist ladies were out in force, even shouting from the gallery. To a degree irresponsible, Henry said. However mitigating the circumstances, Rosemary, she has to be looking at a custodial sentence. And then, when he only gave her 2 years, the judge gets it in the neck from the Law and Order Brigade. But as Sheila Blanchard said, worth every minute of it, dear, if you ask me. A couple of years basket weaving, and you get the bed to yourself. Cheap at the price. I just wish I had a gun. As it is, I'm pinning my hopes on his prostate. I can't go and see her so often now she's convicted. And Henry doesn't know I go at all. Well, I've never had a best friend. The sort you can tell everything to. Never had one. Never been one. Even when I was a girl. Not the type, I suppose. And no secrets to tell either. And with not having children, I wasn't a member of that club either. She's in Rissington, the other side of York. It's one of these modern places, looks like a business park or an out-of-town shopping centre. Crimes are us. Oh, she's transformed the prison garden, which used to be very utilitarian, and cabbages, lettuces, and whatnot. Only now, she's got them to do some interplanting, even make it a bit of a potager. And while it's never going to be Sissinghurst, I mean, the site's too windy, it's still streets ahead of what it was. She has visions of it being open to the public, but that's difficult with being a prison. We go and sit on a seat in the garden, and she started telling me about all the stuff he forced her to do. Said she wanted me to know in case it made me not want to see her anymore. I said, don't be silly. But terrible things I never knew people did. And with a hood over her head and men there, watching in silence. More than action, watching actually. One of them who had a funny habit, and I knew what she was going to say the second before she said it. A funny habit of whistling under his breath. Of course, a lot of people do that. I see they're selling the murder house, Sheila Blanchard calls out to me this morning. The board's gone up, asking 160. I didn't say I knew, or that actually it's sold already. Fran says they're an Asian family, quite well-to-do, have a chain of electrical shops. I thought, well, that won't do Marbella any good. Poor Henry. Golf with Jimmy Tarbuck takes a knock. I look at him a lot now. This once upon a time spectator. Or maybe still, who knows? Somewhere. And I think, well, sometimes I just think, you dark horse. Other times I think about Fran and get upset. He caught me staring at him the other night and said, "What are you looking at?" "You've been getting a bit broody lately," he said. And he patted me on the knee. What I'd actually been thinking was whether all these years he'd been wanting to see me crawl round the room naked on my hands and knees. No worse than bedding out, I suppose. Though if I did it nowadays, I'd have to have my knee pads on, which might take the edge off a bit. But I think about the collar and lead. And then I think, well, that's what my marriage has been like too. Being jerked around. I mean, what else is Marbella? We've never settled on what to call it. That was part of the problem. Well, the gardens made me quite used to things having a common name and a Latin one. Only with sex, neither seemed to suit Henry. Coming from me, anyway. Just got embarrassed. He's no idea I go and see her. I tell her, it's the hospice. And the farm goes from strength to strength. She's put her onions in for shows and gone commercial with the tomatoes. She's there every free moment. Well, I say free. Except that when I say goodbye at the gate, it feels it's me that's going back to prison. Once a month, they let her out for half a day, and we go off for the afternoon and do all sorts. Open gardens, obviously, auctions we've been to, car boot sales, and old churches, which I've never cared much for, only Fran knows a lot about them. One church, in the middle of a field now where there'd been a battle, and we sit there in a pew while she explains all the architectural features. And sometimes I think, I've never been so happy in all my life. She took my arm this last time, just as we were coming down some steps at Fountains Abbey. And then when we got to the bottom, she didn't let go. It was just like when I was a girl, when a boy did it. Such a bold step. And so meant. And I thought, well, here I am, strolling arm in arm with someone who murdered her husband. I said out loud, I know what this is. And she said, what is it? And I said, it's life. She wasn't feeling all that clever today, so we just went and sat in the grounds. And she held my hand again. Going into York next week for a checkup. I thought I could go along and hang about the hospital just on the off chance I might see her, but she'll be with a warder apparently, so I won't. Gave me this. I've never had to start a garden from scratch before. There are no features at all. Flat, square, stony. It's like one of the before pictures in the gardening magazines, or an exercise yard. Well, a lawn's pretty much out of the question in this heat, and the water supply's very quixotic. Though Henry says the greens at the golf club are immaculate, and he saw Sean Connery last week. So I sit and look at it and draw plans. Look on it as a challenge, Henry says. You'll crack it, young lady, he says. I know you. She died, did Fran. A lot of toing and froing before they eventually tracked her down. No surprise to either of us. Doctors. It's the first thing that occurs to you and the last thing that occurs to them. By which time it's too late. Oh, it was always too late, Mrs. Horrocks. She was in hospice at the finish, so I knew the drill. I used to hold her hand, kiss it, and she'd kiss mine. We talked about a little garden center. Best thing that could have happened, Henry said. Which is when I should have packed my bags. Instead of which I just went and sat in the greenhouse for a bit. Typical. He'll sometimes wear one of these caps with the big peaks that boys wear. Reckons it's for the sun. Caught him the other day wearing it back to front. I suppose it's known as a new lease of life. There are supposed to be lots of criminals round here. bank robbers and such like who can't go back, take off all day. Of course, it's just what would happen in a play. Fran shot him, so she had to pay. Only this place is crawling with people who haven't paid. Unless you count just being here as paying. The gardening books talk about the plants that are supposed to like shade. They say they prefer it. I don't believe it. I don't believe anything likes shade. Oh, they do perfectly well in the shade, it's true. But give them even a bit of sun, and suddenly they come into their own. I sit here at night, listening to the frogs and the crickets. And Henry, whistling under his breath.
Thank you so much, Carol. And now our final performance, piece number 8, Miss Linda May in A Lady of Letters.
I can't say the service was up to scratch. It smacked of the conveyor belt. In fact, I wrote to the crematorium. I said I thought the hallmark of a ceremony of that nature was reverence, whereas the word that kept coming into my mind was brisk. Moreover, I added, grief-stricken people do not expect to emerge from the chapel of rest to find grown men skulking in the rhododendrons with tab ends in their mouths. If the hearse drivers must smoke, then facilities should be provided. I'd heard good reports of this crematorium, but I hoped that they would agree with me that on this occasion it had let itself down. Of course, if I'd happened to be heartbroken, I'd have felt much worse. I didn't let on to the crematorium because I thought it might get them off the hook, but I actually didn't know her all that well. I used to see her getting on the 37, and we'd pass the time of day. She lost her mother round about the time I lost mine. She had a niece in Australia, and I have the one cousin in Canada. Then she went in for gas-fired central heating just a few weeks before I did. So one way and another, we covered a lot of the same ground. I'd spent years thinking she was called Hammersley, which was way off the mark because her name turns out to be Pringle. There was a picture of her in the Evening Post. She'd been a big voluntary worker, with details of the funeral on the Wednesday afternoon, which is the one time I'm dangling my feet a bit. So I thought I'd get out my little maroon coat and put in an appearance. At least it's an outing. And I was glad I'd gone, but as I say, the ceremony was a bit lackluster and topped off by these young fellows smoking, so I thought the least I could do was right. Anyway, I had a charming letter back from the Director of Operations, and Mr. Widdop. He said he was most grateful I'd drawn this matter to his attention, and while he was aware the practice sometimes went on, if he personally caught anybody smoking, he would jump on the culprits with both feet. Now, he knew I would appreciate that discipline within the chapel precincts presented special problems, as it wasn't always convenient to tear a strip off somebody when there were grief-stricken people knocking about. What he personally preferred to do was to keep a low profile, then come down on the offenders like a ton of bricks once the coast was clear. With regard to my remarks about facilities, they had no plans to provide a smoking area in the Chapel of Rest in the foreseeable future, as I must understand that space was at a premium, and top of their list of priorities at the present moment was the provision of a temporary temple for the use of racial minorities. However, he would bear my remarks in mind, and if I were to come across any similar infringements in the future, I was not to hesitate to get in touch. I wrote him a little letter back, thanking him for his prompt and courteous reply, and saying that though I hoped not to be making any further visits to the crematorium in the near future, joke, I took his point. I also dropped a line to the relatives, care of the undertakers, saying that I was an acquaintance of Miss Pringle, had been present at the ceremony, and had taken the liberty of entering into correspondence with the crematorium over the unfortunate lapse. I enclosed a copy of Mr. Widdop's reply, but they didn't write back, which I can understand, because the one thing death always entails is a mass of correspondence. When Mother died, I had 53 letters. Besides, they may not have even seen them smoking. They were probably blinded with grief. I see we've got a new couple moved in opposite. Don't look very promising. The kiddie looks filthy. I got a card from the opticians this morning saying that their records indicate that it's 2 years since they supplied me with spectacles, and that by now they would almost certainly be in need of verification, and suggesting I call at my earliest convenience. I thought that was nice. So I took my trusty platinum and I dashed off an answer forthwith. I said I thought it was very considerate of them to have kept me in mind, and while I was quite satisfied with my spectacles at the present moment, I was grateful to them for drawing the matter to my attention. And in the event of my noticing any deterioration, I would in due course get in touch with them. Oh, it stood me in good stead, has this pen. Mother bought it me the last time she was able to get over to Harrogate. It's been a real friend. Angie, her name is. I heard him shout of her as I went by en route for the post office. He was laid out underneath his car wanting a spanner, and she came out, transistor in one hand, kiddie in the other. Thin little thing, bruise on its arm. I thought, well, you've got a car, you've got a transistor. It's about time you invested in some curtains. She can't be more than 20. And by the look of her, she's expecting another. I passed the place where there was a broken step I wrote to the council was a danger to the public. Little ramp there now, access for the disabled. Whenever I pass, I think, well, that's thanks to you, Irene. My monument, that ramp. Only some dog had gone and done its business right in the middle of it. I'm sure there's more of that than there used to be. I had a little away day to London last year, and it was dog dirt everywhere. Oh, I spotted some on the pavement right outside Buckingham Palace. I wrote to the Queen about it. Had a charming letter back from a lady in waiting saying that Her Majesty appreciated my interest and that my letter had been passed on to the appropriate authority. The upshot eventually is I get a long letter from the Chief Cleansing Officer to Westminster City Council, apologising profusely and enclosing a rundown of their highways and maintenance budget. That's been my experience generally. People are only too grateful to have these things pointed out. The key note is participation. Of course, I wrote back to thank him, and then blow me if I didn't get another letter thanking me for mine. So I wrote back saying I hadn't been expecting another letter, and there was no need to have written again. And was this an appropriate use of public resources? They didn't even bother to reply. Typical. I'm just waiting for the paper coming. Not that there's much in it. The correspondence I initiated on the length of the Archbishop of Canterbury's hair seems to have gone off the boil. Till I wrote up to Live Letters, nobody'd actually spotted it. Various people took up the cudgels until there was an impassioned letter from the Rural Dean of Halifax, who has a beard, and that seems to put the tin hat on it. Getting dark. The couple opposite just having their tea. No cloth on. They must have put the kiddie to bed. When I put the milk bottle out, I heard it crying. Oh, prison. They have it easy. Television, table tennis, art. It's just a holiday camp. Do you wonder there's crime? And people say, well, what can you do? Well, you can get onto your MP for a start. I do regularly. Got to reply to one letter this morning. I'd written drawing his attention to a hitherto unnoticed factor in the rise in crime, namely the number of policemen these days who wear glasses. What chance would they have against a determined assailant? He noted my comments and promised to make them known in the proper quarter. He's Labour, but it's always very good notepaper and beautifully typed. Well, when I dusted round and done my jobs and had to walk on to the end and bought a little packet of port sausage and some Basilton bond. Big black hair in the sausage. So I wrote off to the makers enclosing the hair, stuck it under a bit of sellotape, little arrow, this is the hair. I emphasized that I didn't want a substitute packet, as it was plainly manufactured under unhygienic conditions. So would they send me a refund of the purchase price, plus the cost of postage? I don't want inundating with sausage. I kept wondering about the kiddie opposite. Haven't seen it for a week or two, and they're out all the time. Every single night they go off and the kiddie doesn't go. And nobody comes in to sit. Can't be more than 5. Where do they get the money to go out? That's what I'd like to know. Because he's not working. Spends all day tinkering with that car. There wants to be a bit less of the car and a bit more of the kiddie. It never plays out, and they want fresh air, do kiddies. It's a well-known fact. You don't hear it crying now. Nothing. And I've never seen a cloth on. Teapot stuck there, milk bottle. It'll surprise me if they're married. He has a tattoo anyway. My mother knew everybody in this street. She could reel off the occupants of every single house. Everybody could once upon a time. Now they come, they go. That's why these tragedies happen. Nobody watching. If they knew they were being watched, they might behave. I'd talk to next doors about it, only there hasn't been any contact since the business over the dustbins. And this other side's Asians, so they won't know what's normal and what isn't. Though, I've a feeling he's been educated, and the kiddies are always beautifully turned out. I just wish they'd do something about their privet. I thought I'd go and have a word with the doctor, drop a hint there somehow. There used to be just one doctor. Now they've all amalgamated, so it's a bit of a lucky dip. Young fellow. I said I was getting upset like I did before. Before what? He said. I said, it's in my notes. So he read them and then said, you've been getting a bit upset like you did before. So I'll give you something to take. So I told him about the kiddie. And he said, well, these tablets will help you take a more balanced view. I gave them 3 or 4 days and they didn't seem to me to make much difference. So I went along again. Different doctor this time. Same rigmarole. I said I didn't want any more tablets. I just wanted the name of the firm manufacturing the ones I'd already had, because I think they ought to be told if their product isn't doing the trick. The doctor said it would be easier if he gave me some new tablets. And anyway, I couldn't write. The firm was Swiss. said, what difference does that make? Everybody speaks English now. He said, we don't want to get into that, do we? And writes me another prescription. I shan't bother with it. In fact, I put it down the toilet. I don't know who you write to about doctors. After I'd had my tea, I sat in the front room in the dark, watching the house. He's messing about with the car. One of those little vests on they have now without sleeves. Radio going, hammer and tongs. No kitty still. I don't even know their name. The vicar came round the other day. Oh, not the old vicar. I'd have known him. This was a young fellow in a collar and tie. Could have been anybody. Thinking about it afterwards, I realised it must have been the doctor that alerted him. Well, I didn't take the chain off. I said, how do I know you're the vicar? Have you any identification? He shoves a little cross round the door. I said, what's this? He said, a cross. I said, a cross doesn't mean anything. Youths wear crosses nowadays. Hooligans. They wear crosses in their ears. He said, not like this. This is a real cross. A working cross. It's the tool of my trade. I was still a bit dubious. Then I saw he had cycle clips on, so I let him in. He chats for a bit, this and that. No mention of God for long enough. They keep him up their sleeve for as long as they can, vicars. They know it puts people off. Went through a long rigmarole about love, how love comes in different forms, loving friends, loving the countryside, loving music. People would be surprised to learn, he said, and I thought, here we go. People would be surprised to learn that they loved God all the time and just didn't know it. I cut him short. I said, if you've come round here to talk about God, you're barking up the wrong tree. I'm an atheist. He was a bit stumped, I could see. They don't expect you to be an atheist when you're a miss. Vicars, they think if you're a single person, you're on a good wicket. He said, well, Miss Ruddock, I shall call again. I shall look on you as a challenge. Well, he hadn't been gone long when there's another knock. Only this time it's a policeman with a woman policeman in tow. Ask if they can come in and have a word. I said, what for? He said, you know what for. I said, don't, but I let them in. Takes his helmet off and says he'll come straight to the point. Was it me who'd been writing these letters? I said, what letters? I don't write letters. He said, letters. I said, everyone writes letters. I bet you write letters. He said, not like you, love. I said, don't love me. You'd better give me your name and number. I intend to write to your superintendent. It turns out it's to do with the couple opposite. I said, well, why are you asking me? He said, we're asking you because who was it wrote to the chemist saying his wife was a prostitute? We're asking you because who was it gave the lollipop man a nervous breakdown? I said, well, he was interfering with those children. He said, the court bound you over to keep the peace. This is a serious matter. I said, it is a serious matter. I can't keep the peace when there's cruelty and neglect going on under my nose. I shouldn't keep the peace when there's a child suffering. It's not my duty to keep the peace then, is it? So then Madam takes over, the understanding approach. She said, didn't I appreciate this was a caring young couple? I said, if they were a caring young couple, why did you never see the kiddie? If they were a caring young couple, why did they go gadding off every night, leaving the kiddie alone in the house? She said, because the kiddie wasn't alone in the house. The kiddie wasn't in the house. The kiddie was in hospital, in Bradford. That's where they were going every night. And that's where the kiddie died, last Friday. I said, what of? Neglect? She said, no, leukemia. He said, you'd better get your hat and coat on. So I went. And now I've got 2 social workers come, one white one black. Maureen, I'm supposed to call the white one, shocking fingernails, ginger hair, and last week a hole in her tights as big as a 50-pence piece. She looks more in need of social work than I do. Puts it all down to men. We all know about men, don't we, Irene? I never said she could call me Irene. I don't want to be called Irene. I want to be called Miss Ruddick. I'm not Irene. I haven't been Irene since Mother died. But they all call me Irene. Her, the police, everybody. They think they're being nice. Only it's just a nice way of being nasty. The other one's Asian. Mrs. Rabindi. Little red spot on her forehead, all that. Sits, talks. She's right enough. Said I'd be useful in India. You can earn a living writing letters there, apparently, as they're all illiterate. Something daubed on her door last week. She says it's what you get to expect if you're Asian. I said, well, there's all sorts get chucked over my wall. We sit and talk. Only she's a bit of a boring woman. I tell her I loved my mother, and she says how she loved her mother. I tell her I'm frightened to walk the streets, and she tells me how she's been attacked herself. Well, it doesn't get you any further. It's all me too. Social work, I think it's just chiming in. I'm on what's called a suspended sentence. It means you have to toe the line. If I write any more letters, I get sent to prison. The magistrate said I was more to be pitied than anything else. I said, excuse me, could I interject? He said, no, your best plan would be to keep mum. Big fellow, navy blue suit, poppy in his buttonhole. Looked a bit of a drinker. Maureen says I should listen to local radio. Join these phone-in things. Chat to the disc jockey and choose a record. She says they're very effective in alleviating loneliness and a sense of being isolated in the community. I said yes, and they're even more effective in bumping up the phone bill. Maureen's trying to get me on reading. I suppose to get me off writing. She says books would widen my horizon. Fetches me novels, but they don't ring true. I mean, when somebody in a novel says something like, I've never been in an air crash, you know this means that 5 minutes later they will be. Say trains never crash and one does. In stories, saying it brings it on. So, if you get the heroine saying, I don't suppose I shall ever be happy, then you can bank on it, there's happiness just around the corner. That's the rule in novels. Whereas in life, you can say you're never going to be happy and you never are happy. And saying it doesn't make a ha'porth of difference. That's the real rule. Sometimes I catch myself thinking it'll be better the second time round. But this is it. This has been my go. New policeman now. Walks the streets the way they used to. Part of the new policy. Community policing, smiles, passes the time of day, keeping an eye on things. Certainly keeps an eye on number 56. In there an hour to stretch. Timed it the other day. And when eventually he comes out, she's at the door in just a little shorty housecoat thing. He's in there now. He wants reporting. I ought to be writing up my diary. Mrs. Proctor's got us all on keeping diaries as part of literary appreciation. The other girls can't think what to put in theirs. Me, I can't think what to leave out. Trouble is, I never have time to write it up. I'm 3 days behind as it is. I'm that busy. In the morning, it's occupation, and I've opted for bookbinding and dressmaking. In dressmaking, Mrs. Dunlop's chucked me in at the deep end and I'm running up a little cocktail dress. I said, I never have cocktails. She said, well, now you've got the dress, you can. That's what it's geared to, this place. New horizons. It's in shantung with a little shawl collar. Lucille's making me a chunky necklace for it in handicrafts. I share a room with Bridget, who's from Glasgow. She's been a prostitute on and off and did away with her kiddie accidentally when she was drunk and upset. Bonny little face, you'd never think it. Her mother was blind but made beautiful pastry and brought up a family of 9 in 3 rooms. Oh, you don't know you're born, I think. I'm friends with practically everyone though besides Bridget. I'm up and down this corridor more often than not. I'm still on my rounds when the bell goes. Oh, they laugh at me, I know, but it's all in good part. Lucille says, you're funny, you, Irene. You don't mind being in prison. I said, prison? I said, Lucille, this is the first taste of freedom I've had in years. Of course, I'm lucky. The others miss the sex. Men, 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 that's all they talk about. Mind you, that's not quite the closed book it used to be. Bridget's taken me through the procedure step by step. And whereas previous to this, if I'd ever found myself in bed with a man, I should have been like a fish out of water. Now, as Bridget says, at least I know the rudiments. Of course, I can't ever see it coming to that at my age, but still, it's nice to have another string to your bow. They've got me smoking now and again as well. I mean, I shan't ever be a full-time smoker. I'm not that type. I don't want to be. But it means that if I'm ever in a social situation, when I'm called on to smoke, like when they're toasting the Queen, I shan't be put off my stroke. But you see, that's the whole philosophy of this place, acquiring skills. I sailed through the secretarial course. Miss Macaulay says I'm their first grade 1. I can type like the wind. Miss Macaulay says we mustn't let the grass grow under our feet. And if she goes down on her knees in admin, they might, repeat, might let me have a go on their word processor. Then the plan is, stage 1, I go on day release for a bit, followed by stage 2, a spell in a resettlement hostel where I'll be reintegrated into the community. Then finally, stage 3, a little job in an office somewhere. I said to Miss Macaulay, will it matter my having been in prison? She said, Irene, with your qualifications, it wouldn't matter if you'd been in the SS. But the stuff some of them come out with, oh, you have to smile. They have words for things I didn't know there were words for. And in fact, I swear myself on occasion now, though only when the need arises. The other evening, I'm sat with Shirley during association. Shirley's very obese, I think it's glandular, and we're trying to put together a letter to her boyfriend. Well, she says it's her boyfriend, only I had to stop the letter 3 times, because first go off, she says his name's Kenneth, then she says it's Mark, and finally she settles on Stephen. She stammers, does Shirley, and I think she just wanted a name she could say. I don't believe she has a boyfriend at all. She just wants to be in the swim. She shouldn't actually be in here, in fact. She's not all there, but there's nowhere else to put her, apparently. She sets fire to places. Anyway, we're sitting in her room concocting this letter to her pretend boyfriend when Black Geraldine waltzes in and drapes herself across the bed and starts chipping in, saying, was this boyfriend blonde? Did he have curly hair? And then nasty personal type questions she should know better than to ask Shirley. And Shirley's getting confused and stammering and Geraldine's laughing. So finally I threw caution to the winds and told Geraldine to fuck up. She screams with laughing and goes running down the corridor saying, do you know what Irene said? Do you know what Irene said? When she'd gone, Shirley said, you shouldn't have said that. I said, I know, but sometimes it's necessary. She said, no, Irene, I don't mean you shouldn't have said it, only you got it wrong. It's not fuck up. I said, what is it? She said, it's fuck off. She's good-hearted. Sometimes Bridget would wake up in the middle of the night shouting, dreaming about the kiddie she killed. And I go over and sit by the bed and hold her hand until she's gone off again. There's my little clock ticking, and I can hear the wind in the poplar trees by the playing field. And maybe it's raining and I'm sitting there. I'm so happy.
Thank you so much, Linda. Ladies, come back. Say hello to everybody. Thank you, audience.
Thanks,
for
everybody.
all the kind comments. It has
Thank you
been a
both, Linda and
pleasure
Carol.
to
It was
work on this.
wonderful.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thanks, Debbie.
No, thank you guys. You were wonderful. It was an amazing 3 days. You guys were all so brilliant.
It was fun. Thank you.
Good night. Until next time.
Good
Thank you
night.
all. Bye.
Bye.
Good night.